Congratulations! Your name will be recorded in the Hall of Legends for all to see.
Hello. I hope you're all having a good day so far. Hi, Shadow. I'm alright. I'm tired. I'm very tired. But I'm hanging in there. Let me go ahead and bring the game up. Pause on. For anyone that happened to have seen my Twitter post, alright, no one heard this last time. Oh, did it forget all of my Buttons. Did I forget all of my buttons? Game. I feel like you've forgotten all of my buttons. Hang on. Well, while we're doing this. Yep, it sure did forget, and I don't know why. Save that again, and I think I need to do it one more time. Hang on. Okay, I think we're good. I don't know why I forgot. Oh, we sure have died, actually. 5 times. Hi, Hero. God, distractions. For anyone who didn't see Twitter post, I went with Epcarnus to the ER, like, late Monday yesterday kind of thing. Luckily, everything seems to be mostly okay. But that is also why I'm still partially, like, fighting the sleepies. Because we were there. We didn't go to bed until like 7 o'clock yesterday morning. Okay. Ew. Mostly okay as, like, it's not like anything blood clot related as we worried based on symptoms. Oh god. Need to learn, I guess, how to play again. You'll have some follow-up doctor appointments with a neurologist, which I find funny because I also will still need to see a neurologist whenever they get an appointment form, or whenever I get to go see him. And I'm going to mentally laugh if he ends up getting an appointment before me. Purely based on the fact that I don't know if ER visits would, in theory, expedite that. I should have grabbed that in a bottle. Well. Health issues suck all around. Maybe. It's fine. I thought he was gonna hit me before I got a chance to bounce off of this.
Wow, they chose me. The odds are full of all kinds of math.
Follow. This is okay, you come with me in this one. probably not the room I want to be in, but it's fine. I can still do it. Heavens knows I need the money. I also realize I haven't mentally processed the fact that I'm now a year older. Oh god. I really feel like I'm that old, but at the same time, body's just kind of like, nah, you're old. Like, okay. This was the room I needed to be in. Which means I can't actually do this other room. Okay, good thing is that I don't need you right now. For anyone that missed the end of last stream, even though you can't wear the bracelet as an adult, it still counts as a strength upgrade, which means that unless you have one strength upgrade, you can't actually move any blocks as an adult. So I needed to come here to get a bracelet so I could go to the forest temple and get what I need there to be able to like get other stuff to hopefully beat the Seed. I don't know. I should do this. I sure did miss that. Also been watching Dan play a lot of Majora's Mask Randomizer, and it sure does make me want to get into that. Like, I know that game well enough to do a randomizer of it, right? It's been a while, but I could probably do it. Ah, yes. Thank you for my scale. Can just do it from in here. Okay. Now we can go to the forest temple. Actually, I'm curious about something. Curious about something you all can't see. I just... Let's see if this feels better. now we can go to the Forest Temple and see about being able to actually beat it now that I have a strength upgrade. And I sure wish I had the teleport for the Forest Temple so I wasn't having to walk all the way over there again. Sure do remember my way to the Forest Temple. Probably should actually switch back swords. I should just be able to... Yep. Well, at least I have this. Oh god. And I immediately fuck it up. Let me back up there, buddy. Thank you. Not gonna worry about this big guy. I completely forgot that this was the sound for the forest people. Fuck. This is the worst sound. This is too happy for this place. I should have about all the keys I need. I'd like to be able to beat this seed. If not today, just in general. Alright, buddy. Finally. Good thing to note, I guess, for any future seeds, that this sure is a thing that can happen. Great. Arrow first. Not the worst thing, but it's also not the best thing. Push it from the side that I need. Can I go down, please? Thank you. I believe it would be faster to just go ahead and pop it. Turn the room. I think there's only a chest there. Could be wrong. Wasn't too far off, but cool. Magic's definitely not the reason I came in here, buddy. I was on the ladder. That's not supposed to count. In case it's not apparent. This is very much just gonna be a low-key stream because my spoons this past week have just been demolished. I was about to ask if you needed something to drink, but then I remembered there's kind of the melty ice. That's fair. I heard you giggling in the room.
Oh, it wasn't a good giggle.
Oh no. What did you find?
Do you really want to know?
Lay it on me. Why not?
You know what? It's gonna be a lot easier if I just drop the tweet. It's gonna, if we're going to share with the class, we're going to have to Let me provide context for those who might be somewhat interested before I even go back to my office. Because I
don't want to stay out here.
I mean, I'm going to stay out here. Well, I'm going to come back out here, but it's on my computer, therefore I should. And I don't know if I'll be able to find. I probably could find it again. There is a VC firm called Anderson Horowitz. Now, for those who don't know who Anderson Horowitz is, congrats! You haven't been in spending too much time and curious about why, waiting for the inevitable crash. For those who do know who Anderson, so Anderson Horowitz is a big venture capital funder who invests in everything, but they have an outsized portfolio in crypto. They also have backed various things like WeWork and whatnot. And even after the reason why the CEO/founder of WeWork was ousted, they decided to then back his crypto project because, they have to support their cult leader. Adam Newman, I want to say is his name. He's I
don't know any of this, and it's just like, what?
You know WeWork is, obviously, right?
I don't know if I do.
So basically, WeWork, it was big.
I probably
bigger. Bring the cat up on the screen. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So WeWork was much more of a big thing in the mid to late 2010s. Hey, got a wallet.
I can actually hold more shit.
It was a bigger thing in the late 2010s. It basically specializes in renting office space to companies. Which, first of all, literally is becoming a middleman to the middleman. In that way, like literally, it's literally the rent seeking for businesses.
Okay. I guess.
But the thing is that, like, the whole entire thing about, owning fucking, like, business space is rent seeking. So literally all they're doing is renting from those renters, those people who are renting out, and then renting it to business directly. Obviously, they do certain things. Like, they also, it's meant to be so that, like, if you don't have a full office, you can go and still support, like, bring, we can have a couple of people coming in to the WeWork office so that they can work there instead of, like, a full-blown office. It's rent-seeking. There's no way to put it lightly. The thing is that, I say the dude who founded such Levitt was a cult leader. I'm only half joking there. I think, no, you didn't pick it up. Oh, there it goes.
It was in the wall. It's fine. Wall.
I thought you picked it up. But
no.
When I say he might have been a cult leader, like he was definitely a cult personality, and based on basically it was one giant party. It was like offsite events and whatnot. And basically he yes, he helped get WeWork off the ground, but he also proceeded to crash and burn it. Didn't know it. And so he did the very expected thing, which is after, being ousted. I don't know if he resigned or got ousted. I'm sure Hero could tell me. He did the respectable thing, as I was as a joke, and just go into crypto. From what I've heard, his project, of course, immediately crashed and burned because it's fucking crypto. Anyway, take a step back. Okay, so Anderson Horowitz, the reason why they came up is that they were trying to do what I can generally put as a pitch document to their funders, the people who fund the VC to fund the companies, a pitch document, so that it's like, hey, we're going to be investing in these companies, here's why you should invest in us investing in these companies. And, they call it the state of crypto, and part of me is kind of thinks watching I hate the prefix state of, unless it's literally like State of the Union type thing, like actual, like fucking chess.com does the state of chess, which is like, I understand how involved you are in the chess world nowadays, given that you have 100 million users, something like that, but also, are you the right people? Your CEO is only an international master, he's not even a grandmaster. I know, that's a needless cheap shot. But you understand my point.
What is the difference between, like, a grandmaster and a universal master?
So, it's all about rating. So there are 4 notable. So there is candidate master, which are people who are they're not rated high enough to, like, they are basically like, they have to go through, still have to prove themselves in that before they can qualify for a master title, but they are, they're a candidate. There is FIDE Master, FIDE, which is FIDE is an organization that basically runs chess. And that's basically the lowest ranked master. I think FIDE Master is usually around 2100, which, it's not bad, but it's not like, not that amazing. Then there is International Master, which I think is like 2250. Technically, the thing is that rating isn't the only determination. Usually it has to be based on tournament results and whatnot. So even if you do, obviously getting a higher rating makes it a lot easier for them to go and evaluate you, so that can send directions. But yeah. So International Master tends to be around 2250 to 2400. And Grandmasters are 2400 plus. There are also technically women's titles, because chess is most, so dominated by men that they have to do women titles can be earned alongside standard titles, though the requirement is usually about 200 rating points less. It is about 200 points less, so Olympic Grandmaster tends to be around 2200 or so. It's not meant to be an insult, and there are certain women chess players who have used women titles, blah blah blah. But they also acknowledge we kind of just we have a lack of women players, so we want to be promoting them. It's hard.
Not really.
Anyway, that tangent aside, so naturally, because they released this PowerPoint deck. Molly White, who you would know because she's the person who has done the newsletter Web3 is going great. You've seen that newsletter. I've linked it to you.
I'm sure you have.
Basically, it just goes and sums up a lot of the dumbest shit in the whole Web3. Like all the various hacks and shit. But she even though she has that newsletter, she also does genuine investigative work and what goes on in crypto nowadays because I think she literally has a paid fellowship through Harvard, which get the bag. You understand what I mean? Like she's literally getting paid for investigative research on crypto by Harvard.
Gotcha.
So I'm not going to fault her for, if that's how she's choosing her time. And so naturally what she has decided to do is that she went through the entirety of this PowerPoint document and it's like, okay, what is even in here in the first place? And then has proceeded to go, literally go through, she had a long thread going through the PowerPoint document. And then she proceeded to be like, you know what, let's do a thing to start investigating, what are these various, some of these companies, especially the ones that, maybe aren't very intuitive on their face and whatnot. One of them that I saw a thread on, just one company, it was, and I can't say this with a straight face, so please bear with me. It was basically a rent-a-e-girl service. You think I'm kidding? But literally the idea was lonely? Want to go and have someone be playing games with you and you can talk to you understand what I mean.
Rent an e-girl.
You understand what I mean by when I say that, right? Sadly, you understand what I mean.
You could pay an actual woman to keep you company if that's the case.
This is not an endorsement of prostitution, everyone. Even though sex work is work, so...
Sex work is work, especially for the fact that there's a market for it.
Yes. But also... but see, that was on the more amusing side.
Well, they chose me.
Thosha is a soup and ketchup is a smoothie.
Let's keep going and now get the more depressing side.
That is a hell of a thing. Welcome in. He is educating me on something. That's for sure. One super real N64 controller. Thank you for headphones. Oh god. There we go.
Class.
You shared with the class and I'm...
Once you're done with this fight.
Once I'm done with this fight, and this room is having trouble deciding if Link shall be big or no. I think it's when I pull my shield out that it decides no. There we go.
course.
What is this?
This is another thing that was in the portfolio from said Vulture Capitalist firm. A16Z refers to Anderson Horowitz. I don't know why that's the abbreviation, but it's just like, oh god, why? Like, I feel dirty just looking at this, and yet I shared it with the class because if I see it, you all have to suffer with me.
We all suffer together. It's fine.
Just you get my point, like. It's just like, oh, like, imagine you're a fucking company, it's not a company, you're a person who invests in, you know, venture capitalist firms. First of all, fuck you, you know, because you have enough money to just do that, you know, like, if that's literally how you make your income, you don't make, you know, you're a paper pusher. Fuck you. That being said, it's just like, literally just kind of scraping, like, just, it feels like I'm scraping the bottom of humanity at this point. It's like, I could have not. Like, I would have been better if I hadn't seen this. And yet...
and yet we have all now seen it.
Yes, because I don't know, just... Really, I'm not depressed enough with my health issues. For all those are curious, I am fine with a slight question mark. It's just... The last 48 hours have not been fun for me.
It's been a roller coaster.
Yeah, I've been in the hospital and the urgent care within the last 48 hours. So yeah, just, like, I'm not gonna go into too much detail right at this moment, only because it's still kind of an ongoing thing. But also, yeah, just life. Fucking life. Those who know, know. And I think technically the only people who should know are Hero and...
That's like overall, like, details,
everything.
yeah.
Everything. Like, the fact that I've been having hip bleed is known quantity for... That's a fucking great quote.
Forest Temple had a lot of shit in it. I give. Thank you.
You could do all the Spirit Temple, basically. Anything we might...
Not yet.
Almost. The only thing you really need is the long shot?
I do need long shot.
But that's the main item you're missing from doing Spirit Temple. There.
Nah, that's fair.
Oh,
I believe Lens of Truth I get in the Gerudo Fortress from what I last checked. I still have the spoiler log if I get lost. But...
yeah, technically you don't need the Lens of Truth, if I remember correctly. It just makes things a lot easier.
Yeah, like, you don't really need it, but, like, it sure helps with seeing the boss and pretty much everything else.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna. You already have the Megaton Hammer, so you can hit rusted switches. I really can't think of what you could be missing. That would prevent you from completing the Spirit Temple. Buddy. But yeah.
The most I said was just that you had been in the ER and as no real like detailed things.
Yeah. And it's not that bad. Like, it's just
Come on, you.
one can argue I just need to take care of myself a slight bit better, maybe. It's fine.
Missing.
It's because if you sidestep before out.
Apparently so.
I'm not saying that everyone is fucking up. I'm saying just the natural delay between, you know, you hitting the button.
It actually doing it.
Yeah.
On you.
Or settle down.
Don't have to come back here ever again, even though I don't have the song to come back here ever again.
That would be hilarious if that's what it's gonna drop.
No, just a heart piece.
Not a container, just a piece.
Just a piece.
Just a piece of the pie.
Just a piece of the cake.
Have some later.
I know. Well, there's that. I think right now the randomizer, like, has those mixed up, though, so...
Yeah. I assume you just need the emblems.
I believe so?
And obviously everything we would need to get through the castle, but...
Yeah, like, definitely need light arrows. I have all the magic I would need.
Yeah, you actually got both magic upgrades.
Yep, magic was in the forest temple.
One of them.
One of them, yes.
But it's nice because I know I've definitely seen some seeds where it's like, oh, you don't get magic until you're like 2/3 through the way through the seed.
Basically. You know what? Speaking of seeds, I sure did put down a shit ton of seeds. And I'm trying to remember which ones I already checked.
Oh shit. With that yawn, I sound like you just went from, oh, I'm awake too. No, that sounds good.
No, I feel you. Like, me going to the library to drop off books was just kind of like, fuck, man.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I've
already taken that one.
The only thing I've really been doing because I kind of zonked out of work about 3 hours ago.
They know, though, that, like, you've been having the busy health issues.
Yeah. What I've been doing is putting, I've just been scanning documents that I was supposed to scan about 8 months ago. Well, close to 7, but...
Yeah, I've been hearing it go off.
Yeah. I'm halfway done, and there's only 2 sheets missing out of the nearly 200 I've scanned, that I should have scanned by now.
You're missing some?
Yeah, because of course I'm missing some. See, okay. Demo everyone, if for some reason you ever hear this, I'm not shitting on the WRC. I'm just making my complaints now. Gemma's.
I highly doubt
She would.
she doesn't know me.
She knows me. That's the problem.
But I don't have you in the title.
But that's the second ibuprofen I dropped. I wrote it.
Are you just sitting there dropping ibuprofen?
That's the second one I dropped.
Oh my goodness. Well, Mouse is gonna have a field day.
You'll feel good. But not my
I hope not.
Oh, fuck.
I know it's not great, but you know what?
It gets in my system.
Yes. And you're not having to dry swallow it like you did last night.
So the WRC. So, WRC is World Rage Championship. I am a staff member for it. I don't know what my official title is, if I have one besides staff, but dry swallow ibuprofen and
Dry
Rocky,
swallowing pills, Rocky. Also high Rocky.
and, taking a pill without liquids or
Yes, it's basically using the saliva in your mouth to be the lubricant to swallow the pill. And it's called a dry swallow.
See, it was fine until you said something, Rocky. This is 100% your fault. I hope you realize that.
It's not Rocky's fault for being curious. You are an adult, Rocky. Don't play.
So, so the thing is, I was staffing the World Reach Championship, the one that was last year in 2022.
Rocky is well aware.
Yeah, I was able to read that. Here's the thing: there was supposed to be a scores table. Me and Andrew and Andrew Stein, great person. We're supposed to do the score sheets. I don't know who the person was. I know they were staff for. They're not staff for the WRC, but they were staffing for the tournament. They also took it upon themselves to help with the thing, but they were not at the scores table, so we would get sheets very belated from them, and like some. So the fact that we're only missing I'm only missing 2 sheets thus far is actually a surprise, because we're talking about 38 tables running at once and having to verify all 38 scores, because even though the referee signed off on shit, we had to double check the referee's work. And even when one of us, sometimes one of us two would have to be the referee who signed off on it, so we would just get the other person validated, just to make sure that our math is sane.
No, that's fair.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna go in here.
I think the biggest issue is just simply we don't know. I don't know how things are going to run in 2025. What gives me hope for it is the fact that it's being ran by the Japanese Professional Mahjong League themselves. JPML are acting as the host organization for WRC 2025, and of course they are used to running, big tournaments.
Right.
Well, sorry, when I say big tournaments, I mean professional grade tournaments. The problem is there's a language barrier.
Is it too loud, Rocky? I can turn it down.
like, I'm just like, the good things is that, like, even though they basically are running this thing themselves, they're open to, like, having input from the WRC organization as a whole. Like, basically say, hey, here's what went well, here's what doesn't go well. Because I'm glad that they're willing to take that input from us, because I'm sure they are really used to what they, again, running for professionals. But even assuming that half the players are coming internationally,
that motherfucker ruined everything.
Like, even if half the players are coming from international, even if a good chunk of those players are very used to, or at least have an inkling of, like, what...
I will die doing this, so help me.
Don't do so with the fairy.
I do. Continue.
At some point, you should just probably take off the hover shoes.
I need the hover shoes to reach that rupee. That one. Fine, don't worry about it. Continue. Maybe you should go closer, because, like, the music in this area is a little bit more loud than other ones.
So, like, the biggest problem is that, again, there was a person who was inputting scores that wasn't originally supposed to be inputting scores. So, and also, I know when it comes to it, once we got out of the Swiss rounds, we got to, like, a round robin, like a elimination format, and I can't tell you how many of how many of those sheets we might have. I know, sure, I don't have the last score sheet for the finals, because someone has it, but the last person that I remember seeing have it was handing it to commentators from the Japanese Professional Mahjong League. And after that, it went somewhere. You understand. It's just, I don't think I ever, like, I think they took it for just, like, official, like, hey, like, even though they were broadcasting it, like, they wanted that sheet for posterity purposes. Oh, that works.
Need that.
And
there's one other thing in here I do need, so we are staying. Though one of the broadcasters probably has it.
Well, like, someone from the Japanese Professional League might have some sheets, but there are some sheets that might be just a little lost to time because of the fact that, there was more scores than intended, and my system that I had set up was not adhered to as strictly as I wanted. So, there was 38 tables, 5 rounds, that's, 190 sheets. The fact that I have 188 of those 190 sheets is a surprise for me. Also, I'm gonna get this off, I'm gonna do a side bitch in the process.
You're gonna do a side bitch in the process?
Yes. Yes.
I don't think that's I don't think this TOS safe.
I mean, I'm not going to ask for a weekend pass. Anyway,
don't mind me. I'm just silly. Oh god.
So, like, I was describing this to Calvi, but I'm going to share one of the most annoying experience staffing for an international tournament.
Fuck! No!
So,
I only have 7 arrows now. Pain. Absolute pain.
I think this is the moment you just come back with more arrows.
Maybe. This misses, I swear to God. Fuck!
Okay, so...
Continue.
So, one of the worst things was... Okay, so, the World Region Championship, Mahjong tournaments, they are usually, like, the start of almost every Mahjong tournament is held in a Swiss format. Swiss is just, or not per se Swiss, because, it's a round-robin format. You can't usually play every player in the tournament, but you can usually play a good number. Unless it's small enough. We were doing 10 round-robin rounds. Which means... So, in Region Mahjong, you get 2 types. There are 2... You start with a certain point amount. You get points according to how many points above or below that starting amount you get, and then you also get a certain amount of points based on your positioning at the table. So, if you start with like 30,000 points, and say you get 35,000 points, you get 5 tournament points based on that. The amount above your starting 35,000. And then, say you came in second place, you would get another 5 tournament points. So you would get a plus 10 for that round. Which is not bad. Find pots.
I'm gonna have to find pots.
So...
You know what? Hang on.
So,
Fuck.
we went and completed the 4th Hanchon, which is the terminology is to refer to a round of, it technically refers to as half game. It's referring to it's named the Hanchon for complicated reasons, but that's what effectively we play. Hey, one quote-unquote Hanchon and Mahjong. So it's the 4th Hanchon, we completed it. Me and other Andrew go through all the fucking score sheets, we put all 38 in. The spreadsheet that was made by other Andrew is excellent enough to be able to calculate that we have we have correctly input every single... You know how to do it tonight?
I don't.
Oh, you're gonna die.
It's fine.
Is it fine?
It's fine. See, it's fine.
As for some help with the definition of fine, you still have fucking water in your lungs.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
The timer disappeared as actually surprising. So. Oh, is your head really just clipping out of bounds and you're getting oxygen that way?
I honestly don't know.
I think that's what. No, I don't get it.
I think it's just because of the boots, honestly.
I don't remember Ocarina of Time. Well,
Like, it will eventually, like, start counting. There it is. Motherfucker! Come here, you.
So, now, granted, when we check score sheets, we just make sure that all the numbers add up. That's it. And fortunately, we never had a case where the numbers did not add up. Oh, fuck. That works. Hey, you can really do the Spirit Temple. I don't think you need Ice Arrows for it, so...
No, ice arrows are like a
Very
novelty.
niche. Yeah, you don't actually need them to beat the game.
No, you don't. You need light arrows to beat the game, but not...
And I'm pretty sure you need fire arrows to beat the game.
Technically, because there are some spots where you do need them.
Yes. I mean, you might not need them in a randomizer, but you do need them if you're playing vanilla and not doing any sort of bullshit that skips you straight to the credits.
You're right.
And I know you don't technically skip straight to the credits. You technically play young Ganon and, you know, young. Don't give me the fucking technicalities on the shit. You understand? You know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
I'm more talking to the straw man I built, but you know.
I mean, I could give you the rundown of things.
Yeah, I love you too. You may have to get that last one, or you.
No, I got 30 arrows now. It's fine.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that other one gave you like a chest, another chest, or something like that. But that's fair.
Well, hover boots can't reach that. Hi, Myth. Let's see.
But so we put in scores for round 4. Feeling good because we only have one more round to go, and once that final round completes, you know, it's just social play for the night, and, you know, getting dinner, and all sorts of shit. Before the 5th round starts, I get a player who comes to the table.
Real quick. Snails can sleep up to 3 years.
Not even I can get that pressed. Anyway, hard enough. So, you get a player who comes up to the scoring table. Say, hey, I got the wrong score for my round. Like, okay. Of course we check, like, the spreadsheet checked the input of the numbers, make sure it adds up to the starting score, but did not go in, you know, obviously it doesn't know the player, so it doesn't, you know. It's like, okay, what, you know, give me your ID, we go to the spreadsheet, and we say, okay, yes, double check that, yes, it properly inputted the score, you know. So we then go into the folder that I had designated and pulled out the score sheet. And
You motherfucker. You motherfucker. You motherfucker! Finally, god damn.
thanks for that.
No, I don't. I could just boop to it.
And that's
This stops being finicky. Oh, good. Arrows.
totally what you wanted.
Definitely needed those for all the arrows I used. God damn, please just register. Please. There's a scarecrow up there. There's a scarecrow up there, and I can boop to him as soon as it registers that there is a scarecrow up there.
Seems like Navi is going to them, but
Right, which is why I'm like, just register, please. Navi can see it.
can you Z target and then plug
Believe no? No. Basically, I have the auto, like, Scarecrow song, so the mere act of pulling it out should
okay.
register
I didn't realize
as a
that.
song.
And so we pull out the score sheet, and it's like, okay, you know, we get what ID they had, what table they were at. We get the score sheet for that table, and it's like, hey, what, you know, like, okay, is this your signature? And they say yes. So my next question is, what's the problem then? And he's like, well, it's not my score. It's like, but you signed it. And thus is the problem. Like,
Well, that's not wanting to register for whatever reasons, so not doing that right now.
not right now. But it's just like, holy fuck. It's like, okay, how did, like, we can't change the score just because you said you got the wrong score. And we're about to start round 5, and we're not going to try to hunt every player down to, you know, like, we're not going to expect players to remember their opponent's scores for them.
Right.
Like,
Especially for the fact that it was already signed off on.
yes. But, and honestly, it's the fact that, like, hey, you guys signed this. This is not our, like, we are going to go by, basically, this is a signed affidavit at this point. You can't expect us to fix this. But sure enough, like, over the course of the next 2 days, they still trying to get us to fix it. It's like,
Like, sir, the answer has not changed since you have last poked and prodded us about it.
right.
God damn it.
And the thing, and again, it's just like, the thing is, we had a very similar incident when we hosted the tournament in Salt Lake City. But the thing is that it was a 16-person tournament. All 4 people were right there to testify for it, and we didn't have to hunt anyone down. And since they all knew each other, they were all able to correctly identify who had what score. There. Like, yes, like, would have that worked under normal circumstances? No. But because of the very niche circumstances of everyone knowing each other and whatnot, we were able to, you know, and I was able to actually, and the thing is, I didn't even authorize the voiding of the initial sheet. I literally texted Gemma, even though it was like dinner time in the UK, and be like, hey, what's the procedure here? And more or less got, fortunately she was paying attention to her phone because she knew the qualifier was going on, and basically said, hey, go ahead and let it happen as long as everyone's there and everyone can, it was a very niche circumstance, but it's one thing for that to happen at a qualifier event where if everyone knows each other. If it was a larger tournament, that wouldn't have happened. It's just read the fucking fine print. That's all I'm saying, people. Including, please don't just sign a score sheet blindly without knowing and making sure that this thing is accurately reflective of the score. Especially
something important.
Yeah. And the thing is that the other person who benefited from the score swap, because they technically would have come in 3rd place instead of 2nd place, so instead of getting negative points, because they got positive points, they actually came back on either day 1 or day 2. It's like, hey, yeah, this happened. It's like, we can't do anything about it, and you're just a lucky beneficiary of the fuck-up lottery. I don't think I phrased it that way, but
that's basically what it was.
It's I'm not saying, obviously if someone tried to charge something like that, that's grounds for disqualification. But also, pay attention to your fucking scores, please. Just don't, I am, at the end of the day, I'm either a player or I'm a judge. If I'm a player, I will just play. If I'm a judge, I will just be an arbiter of truth. I am not going to go and try to decipher your bullshit. If you signed the score sheet, that's what you said your score was. It's not my fucking responsibility to go and fix your mistakes. It's my responsibility to fix my mistakes.
I have to leave again.
I know that was a hell of a rant. Just thinking about it just pisses me off because it's just that. That weekend was, that tournament was almost perfect. But when I say perfect, we had a lot of penalties that went out. We had some concerns because we were debating shit. I think I made mention that we were some behind the scenes thing. We were debating trying to go and make sure that the Ukrainian and Russian players did not run into each other, if at all possible, during the tournament. We were trying to almost fix what, we were trying to change how the elimination rounds happened, but I basically said, while it's not great, I would much rather have to white knuckle through Ukrainian, Russian quarterfinals. I don't know if it was quarterfinal. No, we just white knuckle through the round of 32 at the Mono tournament, rather than I would rather deal that them have to deal with it professionally at the table, not shred our
the rules that were laid out.
Yes, specifically the rules that I had laid out. Like, is it great? No, but even if we try to rig the rules so that we avoid a Ukrainian-Russian, round of 32 matchup, there was always a possibility, and it nearly happened by less than one tournament point that we would have a Ukrainian-Russian final anyway. And literally, I think it was like 0.3 points that we almost had a Ukrainian-Russian final. But unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, if you wanted that explosive final, the Frenchman got a huge fucking hand at the last second to sneak right in there to get into the finals in the Russians' place. Like, we were on the verge of it happening anyway. There's no point in shredding our reputation over trying to avoid a possibility. Like, it wasn't worth it. And granted, people were saying, oh, it wasn't political at all. And meanwhile, at the award ceremony, of the 4 players who made the final table, only one was waving their flag. And yes, it was the Ukrainian player. I don't blame them, but also...
It was a time from what you expressed to me.
Saying there wasn't political undertones in there is acting like there wasn't political undertones in then, with how chess was during the fucking Cold War. Like, is it a little silly? Yes. Bobby Fischer versus, the Russians and whatnot, or Kasparov versus Kartov. If I remember pronouncing their last names correctly. Because, Gary Kasparov is Russian, or actually technically Soviet at the time, but also he's very critical of the Soviet regime, which...
Can I reach this so I don't have to go over it?
Definitely caused some drama in the chess world during the 80s, the thing is that...
I'm kind of sitting here wondering how you even know this.
Because I know so much that it's not, I remember, watching a mini documentary on, Gary Kasparov, and, especially, because he was a political activist, and he still is a political activist. He's mostly retired from competitive chess, but he will still, come in, occasionally as, exactly, miss. It's kind of like, people going, oh yeah, it's one thing to say, oh yeah, Jesse Owens, I believe that's the person's name, made...
Those are the most expensive bomb chews.
Jesse Owens, winning gold at the Olympics in boxing? Was it boxing? Give me a second. I got my phone, and I'm going to continue the rant.
He's going to go get his phone.
Sorry. He was, track and field person. It's like, oh yeah, Jesse Owens, he got gold. Why is that at the Olympics? Why is that significant? Well, he won gold at the 1936 Olympics. Well, why was that significant? Does anyone want to take a guess where fucking the 1936 Olympics were held? Germany, right in the middle of Hitler's reign. And like literally he was using the Olympics as a staging ground to prove, trying to prove the... That's a good one, Ness. Like, literally Hitler was trying to use the Olympics to prove the superiority of the white race. And Jesse Owens kind of just shat on that in the fucking Olympic stadium that Hitler built. Like, saying sports, whether it be physical or mental sports, is not political is a fucking lie.
Fuck, I should have bottled that fairy.
Gods.
I feel like I don't really know much to be able to help contribute to the conversation.
It's fine. You are providing the gameplay. I am just being me right now.
And I love you.
I love you too. I love how you let me do this, despite the fact that it becomes an unhinged rant every time.
So, I've learned new things. I mean, like, the most I could, like, contribute to, like, things I know is just kind of, like, ADHD things, and or autism things, or depression, or anxiety, so it's just kind of like, I don't know, pick your poison.
I mean, like, when it comes to politics and sports, like, I showed you the video of, there's a wonderful video from, Secret Base, formerly known as SB Nation, called Randall Cunningham Owns the Means of Production. And it's a football video, so how important could it be? Except it talks about the Philadelphia Eagles versus the... I can't remember the other team. But it's not really about football, except for the fact that, it was talking about the football, the NFL Players Association strike that happened that year, and how, some coaches were great, like Buddy Ryan, who was, highly supporting their players, despite the fact that they couldn't actively participate in, the strike. And then you have other people who were basically blackmailing their players to, become scabs.
This is...
You remember the video.
Sorry, I'm just... Listen to the music it's selected for this.
It's kind of a total contrast to what my ranting.
I know. Fuck, I put it on backwards.
Yes. You would put it...
Side note, did we ever get the order? Or did you never place the order?
I don't think I ever placed the order. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I should still do that at some point.
For context, the cable that I have for...
Oh, that works.
Yeah.
I'm just getting every guy.
Yeah, I am. The cable I have for my headphones is too short because it keeps apparently disconnecting, which is why sometimes I can't hear things properly. So he was gonna buy a longer cable for me,
but
because
shit that happened in the past month or so.
Yeah, and the reason why he has to get it from the manufacturer itself is because of the fact that it's very narrow. Like, yes. Auxiliary cord.
Yes. Anyway. But yeah, like,
sad. Sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, just like, as the only thing you can do as a governing body for a sport is be impartial. That's all you can do. No, like, you can be cognizant of such political problems. You can do things to actively avoid it within your own rule set, but you cannot undermine the integrity of the, of your organization. Like, for example, like, in one way we worked within rules,
I can't tell what's up there.
Don't remember what it was. One thing we did within the rule set is that, so with the World Reaching Championship, because it is an international tournament, we make it so that people don't actively, like, we set it up so that people will not have to play against their fellow countrymen. And because we want to make it so that you can just play against everyone. People that you might not normally be able to play against. So, like, for example, we use what we refer to as a slot system. For example, the first slot, there's 4 slots. The first slot is always completely relegated to the Japanese players. Because, we don't want the pros to play against each other because it's they're kind of there, to not only besides to win, but also they're to make draw. People want to play against these pros. Then we make sure, North America is, mostly one slot, and then, other areas that don't have the largest representation, like South America and various other, Australia. They all will be in one slot, not because they play against each other, but because, they're all, pretty small bases, and Europe will usually take up a vast majority of, the other 2 slots that haven't been allocated. And also, we will have a slot, part of a slot will usually be dedicated to people who are invited on behalf, invited by the World Reaching Championship themselves. They technically do not have a seat with their fellow countrymen, but because they are being they got a seat through the organization, they have a special they get special dibs because it's an invite seat. Since we had that rule set in place, we just did one thing, we did what we could, which is put the Ukrainians and the Russians in the same slot, which means they couldn't play against each other unless they got to the elimination rounds. Yes, did that happen in the elimination rounds? But I would, at least then, at that point, it's out of our hands. We didn't balance by skill level, per se, because Mahjong is a very finicky game to balance around skill level.
Well, Kavidai, you have the power for that, so... What times do you want, Hero? That's just a bit. I see.
This seems like a range. This seems like it would be a very range prediction. But yeah, just all in all, I know that, again, that was a long rant shitting on my organization, but also, it's, I don't give this rant because it's like, oh, you know, like, oh, my organization is bad and whatnot. It's a thing that every organization has to be ready to deal with. Like, I don't like phrasing it as political.
Time for murder.
But like, the Pokemon TCG has been going through some things because they had an active incident where a fucking judge, you know, for the trading card game harassed some trans players, and that became a entire kerfuffle because then not only there was the initial incident that basically got removed, but then later on there was a vast overcorrection by a different judge, which, you know, got that judge in trouble and it's just like
Everything's complicated.
Yes, everything's complicated. Politics, everything's political. Even if they don't want to be political, subtext is a thing.
Fuck. I don't have Dinspire.
I forgot you actually needed that.
I thought I would be able to do more of this without it.
That's his thing. It's just...
There you go.
I don't know. It's fucking complicated. Like, it's not for the faint of heart. You can't work with an organization without having to occasionally bite your tongue. Like, either bite your tongue because you have to, you know, either you're biting your tongue because you're worried, like, you have to do the right thing, but you know doing the right thing is going to be a problem in itself, or you can't do anything because but you know doing nothing is actually the appropriate action. Like, it is a tightrope walk, and it's not fun, but someone has to do it or else nothing happens.
Coming back in here in case I can get that chest. Usually I need boomerang, but I think I should be able to reach it. There you go. Fucker is about to kill me. Just walk off the edge, buddy.
If only that simple.
If it was only that simple.
Yeah.
I don't have stories like you.
I mean, you have stories, but not good. Hi, Kyo.
Hi, Q. I don't know why that didn't work. Hang on. Maybe it didn't refresh. There it goes. Hello.
Hi, Kyo. I've been ranting for about...
You know, maybe
like 50 minutes at this point, I think.
it's fine.
Like,
Not like I had
time?
it. It's not like I was interesting like before you came in.
You were playing this.
I was playing this and was not saying a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah,
Oh, there's
like
nothing
I was about to. I didn't believe I was ranting for 50 minutes, but then I realized I came in around 51 minutes into the stream, and now it's 40, almost 43. So
It's getting there, Keo. I got the strength upgrade, got the lens of truth, got a wallet upgrade and magic upgrade in the forest temple. So, like, forest temple was loaded. I have my second strength upgrade, so technically I could do this. Also long shot. I still don't have Zelda's Lullaby, and I should probably double check to see if it needs to be me being a kid or me being an adult. I don't know where the light arrows are. I did not check that last time because I figured, okay, I'm gonna get the one thing that was important. I felt like. God.
I just got a little ranty because at first we were just talking about we've gone through a journey, Keo. At first we were talking about Anderson Horowitz, the venture capitalist firm, who's mostly known for way over investing in crypto bullshit and we were making fun of their portfolio, like investing in a company that basically is renting a girl, and another one that's a little dark and basically a Black Mirror episode. And then because I made the comment that they were calling what their little document, that little pitch to investors, they called it the state of crypto. Like I made fun of it, talking about the state of chess, which then got pivoted to talking about
Politics and sports in general.
Well, I started ranting about mahjong, and then because I said that's what I was doing for like the past 3 years. 3 hours, sorry. And then I combined the two topics about politics and, the politics of, like even low-level politics, like the fact that if you sign a score sheet, that is a binding agreement. And then got into other stuff, talking about, like, hey, people saying sports shouldn't be political, and then talking about the fact that we were, the whole entire fact that we were actively had concerns about, Ukrainian and Russian matches in our modern tournament, and then lambasting the idea that sports is not supposed to be political, and then just going on a whole entire list of stuff, including bringing up Jesse Owens, in the 1936 Olympics and that kind of shit. So we've been through a fucking journey, Keo, because I am a wealth of knowledge, and I just wish,
I don't know if that's just bombs or bomb upgrade, but I am gonna grab it regardless.
So yeah, it's been a long journey for the past 50 minutes of me ranting. But hey!
I mean, this, the last, 2 days have technically been, a long journey, so...
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. And, I pointed out that, even though we were trying to, with, the Mahjong tournament, behind the scenes, there was a debate, after both a Ukrainian and, multiple Ukrainian and multiple Russian players got to the top 32 made the top cut, and then we realized that in the round of 32, one of those Ukrainian players and one of those Russian players were going to be going against each other. And there was actually a proposal to change the rules to go and try to avoid that, and I actively, me and the chairwoman, the president of the World Reaching Championship organization, both kind of vetoed it because it's like, we have, even though there is concern of, even if we have to white knuckle it, I would much rather us maintain the integrity of the organization and assume that they're going to act like fucking adults. It's not that we weren't aware of the politics. We are, being aware of the politics doesn't mean we go and, we're going to sacrifice our integrity based on, just because, for two players that are supposed to be playing at least at a semi-professional level.
I should have reached that.
From the high ledge.
Maybe.
Yeah, and and the funny part is that even though we were even though we had a white knuckle through the round of 32, one of my points was, hey, even if we white knuckle through, even if we change the rules, there's a possibility that we would actually have a Ukrainian-Russian final anyway, because when we get down to 4 players, we can't go and put them at separate tables, and we're less than a single tournament point away from that happening because, that's just how the tiles played out. And it's just like, and then, yes, we knew it was going to be political, and when it came to the award ceremony, the Ukrainian player who made the finals, yes, she was waving her fucking flag. And I
This
don't
Ruby
blame her.
hates me. I swear to God. In all of my days, this Ruby has never hated me.
And it's like, yeah, there is definitely, we literally didn't allow the Russian players to, when the Russian players were registered under as independent, because we did not officially know from being from we didn't allow them to buy their flag. Not very exactly like the Olympics, honestly. But that doesn't mean that, we are keenly aware of the politics around it. We can just only go so far as an organization. And I was explaining how we used the rule setup to we behind the scenes, yes, we did use some of the rules to avoid other Ukrainian-Russian matches, because the way that our seeding system worked for the round robins, it was people of the same region, whatnot, tended, or we tried to slot people in the same region, organizations in the same slot for the round robin, so that they didn't go and face against their countrymen in the eliminations, and which inherently advantaged the Japanese professionals, but that was just how we, it was. We felt it was fair just so that they didn't go, and you're not traveling all the way across the country just to play, or across the world just to play people that you play with otherwise. We want you to play against the Japanese pros. We want you to play against, the WRC invitees, that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, we handled it as best as we could. It's just, we use that rule to our advantage, where we put all the Ukrainians and Russians in the same slot so they wouldn't play against each other during the elimination rounds. But that's as far as we went in terms of putting our thumb on the scale. And honestly, even if we hadn't explicitly done that, say the Ukrainian-Russian war never broke out, there was, based on our own criteria, that would likely happened anyway, because, European countries tend to be lumped together anyway. Now, granted, they can't usually all be lumped together in one slot, and so we have to go and usually adjust things accordingly, but the mathematics were there. It's not like we bullshit. We didn't have to finagle the numbers that badly to make it work.
That badly.
I mean, I think the only, trying to remember, was there I think we basically had a spreadsheet that just had the player count from each of the, countries to go and figure out what could be viable. How do we get to 38 in every slot? And seem to do it with little issue. No, I don't remember, obviously, trying to balance the numbers in a fair manner is not, not the easiest thing in the world, but also it's not like we had to go and we didn't have to do an arbitrary split of regions or something like that. It's we're breaking our own rules for it. Mm-hmm. We didn't go in, arguably the only thing we could have done that, and I'm pretty sure we didn't, is that there was, I think, some, it's always interesting how do people get represented in terms of certain players get represented in terms of organization. For example, Emma, she is a former Japanese professional Mahjong League player. So the question is, do we put her with the JPML, or do we put her with the other people from the UK? And the answer has been always she will technically be fine. She when on her ID it will be Great Britain. She'll be slotted with respect to the Japanese Professional Mahjong League at their request, actually, because she's basically, she is one of now 4 English representatives. English as in
English speaking.
Yeah, not English as in UK English. Representatives of, the Japanese Professional Mahjong League. There's, 2 other players, Jen and Garth. I don't know what their last names are. But, they go, the question is, do they, again, they fly the US flag. Do we make them do they slot them with the US or do they slot them with the pros? And sure enough, we slot them with pros because they are active professionals in the Japanese Professional Mahjong League. You know, like we
trying to be active.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like we have to take in a lot of considerations, and yes, as one can make the argument, oh, well, if that didn't quite work out, you could have always fudged those numbers in theory. But those requests with how they were slotted came mostly from the Japanese Professional Mahjong League themselves. It wasn't something that we dictated, and we weren't asking them to consider it. We were just like, you know, we were just covering our ass saying, hey, what do you guys want these players to be represented as part of your organization or part of, you know, their country flag, you know? And B, like, even if that had happened, I don't think that would have worked me, you know, like, we have countries that only send, like, 1 or 2 representatives, which are great when you're trying to balance out things like that, because you can literally just, you know, nudge them one way or another, you know, because it's like, oh, we have, like, one player from Argentina. We can throw them whatever place they, you know, is left over, basically. Granted, I think we were able to keep all of South America together, and we kept it. We basically had kind of a rest of the world type situation, which is not any of the major organizations like Japanese Professional Mahjong League, European Riichi Mahjong Association, North American Riichi Mahjong Association, like not one of those organizations basically. Like we weren't doing anything underhanded basically. We just had to go and play our, you know, we just went, okay, how can we do this? We split up the people accordingly, and we were able to make it work out. So it's like, okay, we don't have to worry about sparks flying during the qualifier rounds. We just have to worry about kicking out a player because come round 6, which was the first round of day 2, they were so intoxicated that we had to ask them to leave the tournament. Which, us having to ask them to leave the tournament, at that point, it's 30-point penalty for every round they miss, which is 150. No, they were just an alcoholic. So here's the thing, people. In Mahjong, it's standard both with the World Riichi Championship that if you miss a round completely, you take a 30-point penalty. That's the same as if you played in a round and you committed an offense that would, that would warrant a penalty, a 30 tournament points. So this person, for having to miss the entirety of day 2, got a 150-point penalty. So they lost 150 points. And yes, you can go into negatives in Mahjong. For reference sake, the top 32 cut was just over 60 points. Tournament points. So, like, getting one 30-point penalty alone is nearly a death sentence. So, yeah. Just, like...
For context.
Yeah. Mahjong... The problem is, and I say problem, not because it's actually a problem, but because it's more of a... It's a little harsh to newcomers, especially people who are not familiar with playing in a physical setting, is that, you know, we have, because this is most, by and large, used by, like, has been adapted by Japanese organizations, the actual professionals, people who are literally paid to play Mahjong on TV. we have to adopt our system to basically what we do. And they have no tolerance for people who fuck up. Like, to put it kindly, that they basically have no tolerance for people who fuck up. So it, unfortunately, like, even doing as simple as, like, drawing from the wrong spot on the wall, because that could be an act of cheating, the wall, sorry, for context, when I say wall, you literally create a four-sided wall using tiles to go and draw tiles, draw from. Oh, absolutely. Like,
Yeah.
Link's back should be broken. Also, hello. Thank you for listening to my rant.
Thank you for coming to this TED Talk.
Yes. But that's the thing, like, because these are rules meant for a professional organization, but amateurs have to adopt these rules, it is so brutally punishing for the amateurs. Now, granted, professionals will fuck up occasionally, but basically, like, taking a 30-point penalty is basically meant to be a mark of shame. And that's the problem. Now, granted, hitting one 30-point penalty is not in itself the death sentence, but the problem is that the amount of catch-up you have to do, like, you know, like 60 points was top 32. 90 points was somewhere around top 10. So you basically would have to be a top 10 player to survive a single penalty. There were some players who got multiple penalties throughout the tournament, and it's like, there's no.
You're already dead.
Yes. Like, I like, thank you for coming. Like, and that's the, like, it's the brutal part of watching. Like, I have the fortune of saying in all the tournaments I've played, I've never incurred a penalty. But that's because you know, like, I've done trading card games, I've done this, I've done that. Like, I play poker tournaments. Like, I've done enough live action tournaments that applying those little, I don't want to say it's a knowledge set, but it's behavioralisms, I guess, would be the appropriate term, to Mahjong is not difficult. Obviously, the penalties in Mahjong tend to be a bit more strict, but, you know, it's like, okay, I know the rules.
And so do I. Listen.
I know you're trying to lighten the mood, but
it's more of like, I have nothing to add, so like whenever Brain has something to add, I'm gonna add it.
Fair enough. But yeah, no. Like, seriously, like Mahjong, it is so hard to fucking, like, play that at a semi-professional to professional level.
Thank you for that.
Like, compared to Pokemon TCG, like, literally, I gave my fucking... The problem games is that I am a professional nerd. And even since, like, for the past 20-something years of my life, that's, like, on top of being, like, you know, like, professionally I'm a software engineer, but on top of that, you know, I have done trading card games, I have done Mahjong, I've worked fucking, booths at expos. I've been a tournament director. I've done this. I've done that.
You have a very colorful life, and then there's me.
Yeah, but also, you know the difference between me and you? I was lucky enough to get money. That's basically the entirety of the difference. I mean, I know there's a little more than that, but you understand my point. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that I was born in an upper middle class family, none of this would have been possible. Like, what's
Cool parent? I don't even know if he would be the cool parent.
No, I am not the cool parent. I want to highlight something from my childhood. So, one of my claims to fame, and I say claim to fame, it's not really that much of a claim, is that
Oh, yeah.
The thing is that I don't have any relationship with any of my family, immediate or extended, outside of basically my father. I don't have a relationship with either of my sisters. In fact, I narrowly avoided my sister at PAX East. And by narrowly avoided, I mean I literally saw her, but she didn't see me. You know, like, we are talking about, you know, ships, like, you know, we did not have to, like, we barely, like, if I hadn't paid a little bit of attention, a fist fight might have broken out on the PAX East floor. Because I made the mistake of separating from Calvi.
Fuck, I missed.
Maybe some students from the upper area, right?
I am in the upper area.
No, like upper area.
No?
Because aren't you supposed to do it from like the basic chandelier thing?
No. There's no bombs up there.
I swear there was.
No. No, you're supposed to do it over here, and like, the main reason is because, like, there's this right here.
By the way, what, Kia?
I feel like I'm held together with, like, noodles, but I'm here. Oh, good, a heart piece. Just what I always wanted. Tomorrow is the psych evaluation, so, like, that's the thing. Yep. For context, it's just period plus just recovering from sickness, so I'm not already 100%. And also, like, literally taking NyQuil just before, like, going to ER, being like, okay, ADHD, don't fail me now.
Yeah. So, like, to give you everyone a little bit of insight, like, I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! In physical form. And when I say used to, I'm talking about like a decade and a half ago. Back before everything had gone to hell. You say save the world, but then everything after that was bad. No, honestly, I played before Girl Summons were even a thing in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, back in my day, it was called the Fusion deck. It wasn't called this extra deck.
Look, back in my day, we had Dark Magician. I mean, and you had to actually do the proper sacrifice to, like, get him onto the field. None of this, like, I have this magic card that lets me magically summon him from the depths of the graveyard or out of the field. Or allow me to fusion
See,
summon him.
I played long enough that Dark Magic Curtain was a thing, but Dark Magic Curtain was a hell of a card. For Dark Magic Curtain, it basically, you couldn't normal or special summon anything else during your turn.
Oh, good.
You had to pay half your life points, and then you could special summon Dark Magician from your hand or deck. That was the cost to be able to immediately just special summon Dark Magician with no other. You had to give up your entire summoning for the rest of the turn and pay half your life points.
Who knows? He had a dangerous home.
But so I played Yu-Gi-Oh in physical form, but I originally just kind of tossed together a deck because a lot of us did, we were kids, but I actually I remember, I think I want to say it was 13 or 14 years old. And I discovered a program back in the day called Yu-Gi-Oh! Virtual Desktop. Now, I don't think YVD is a thing anymore. There are various clients that are pretty much equivalent to it. There's Edo Pro, there's Yu-Gi-Oh! Nexus, there's all sorts of programs, and usually associated discords and whatnot. But back in the day, we had Yu-Gi-Oh! Virtual Desktop, which, first of all, it didn't. I think the most equivalent comparison for Yu-Gi-Oh! Virtual Desktop is an application called Dueling Book nowadays, because the computer did basically nothing. It would shuffle your deck for you. It would have a handful of fixed commands, but it basically did nothing for you. If you wanted to activate a card, you would have to say, "I activate." You would have to You would have to set the card. You would have to place the card. You would have to say, "I'm activating this effect," so on and so forth. It was very, very manual. But that allowed me to build decks for free and start experimenting and start doing that. And I learned how to operate IRC, when I was fucking 13 years old. Which, how many people remember IRC?
That sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't know if it's because you've told me about it.
Probably because I told you about it. IRC just stands for Instant Relay Chat. It was basically it was the proto chat rooms. You're super fucking young though, Kyo. If you've used an IRC client directly, I would be surprised.
He's not that much younger than us.
Isn't Kyo just out of college?
No?
I'm thinking of someone who might be just out of college. Okay.
I think you're thinking of Copper.
Probably. Okay. See, I use MIRC as my main IRC client back in the day. But yeah, there was and the thing is, I even learned how to program IRC bots, which is basically. Oh, okay. Look, there's a lot of people going on. I've been sick for the past 24 hours, including being in the hospital. So leave me the fuck alone.
It's okay. I saw some response. So.
But anyway. But I had access to a wealth of knowledge that a lot of people didn't. And what I started was making decks on there. So I originally had my water deck. And I don't know, my favorite card in Yu-Gi-Oh. Like, it's not even a particularly great card, but it's called Leviathan Dragon the Dallas. It was a pretty simple card, level 7 monster, water, sea serpent type, if I remember correctly. I don't think it was aqua, I think it was sea serpent. 2600 attack, 1500 defense, if I remember correctly. And its effect is that you can send Umi from the field to the graveyard, and if you do, destroy all other cards on the field. Pretty simple effect. It won me a lot of games because I could break through any board if I got it on the field. But this was back in the day when games are much slower and there were a lot more defensive options. And there was also the upgraded version, Ocean Dragon Lord, Neo to Dallas, which basically you can only special summon it by tributing Leviathan Dragon to Dallas. It had 2900 attack. I don't remember how much defense though. But basically what you did is that if you sent Umi from the field, you can send Umi from the field to the graveyard as cost. But instead of just blowing up the field, it would also make both players discard their entire hand. Which, yes, you only have that one monster, but now your opponent's top decking to try to save themselves. And that was back in the day where top decking was not the most reliable thing in the world. It was far less consistent nowadays, where literally the term one card combo is so bandied about. Like, you might get an option for it, for the monster, but even then, it wasn't as, it rarely was as definitive, I guess, is the way I would put it. But the thing is, I had access to this program, and I would make decks. First I made my water deck, and I was extremely...
there's that.
I was extremely proud of that water deck. It would do pretty good in tournaments, but it wasn't amazing. And then I made a skill drain deck. Back when skill drain wasn't... back when the game wasn't live or die by your monster's effects, like it is now. It's modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Back then, a card like Skill Drain was a nuisance, versus now where Skill Drain is absolutely devastating. And Skill Drain hitting the field can sometimes instantly end the game. Because decks live or die by their monster effects or their spell effects. Back then, when monster effect didn't go off, it was fine.
I sure did.
I had my skill drain deck that ran cards like Goblin Attack Force and Final Attack Orders and all sorts of fun cards. And that, I was particularly proud of that deck. It didn't quite win tournaments, but it was getting there. And then I had my Machine Wars decks, which was basically a Cyber Dragon deck.
Well, those hearts were nice while they lasted. I need to check. Well, that didn't last long. I don't think it allows for, trying to fully deplete hearts in order to kill the player.
And then, after, I was getting very good results with my Machine Wars deck. I was, getting amazing results, but it's I don't know what am I missing to go from, going good to winning a tournament. couldn't figure it out. And so I started experimenting with alternate win conditions, or alternate ways, not just a typical take a monster and beat the other person with it. It's like, okay, what about burn damage deck and whatnot? And I wasn't quite having success. And I was running it on Yu-Gi-Oh! Virtual Desktop very regularly. I was playing a dozen duels a day online, just to go, testing decks out and refining them and whatnot. It's like, why is this not working? And then I came to a realization that my problem in Yu-Gi-Oh! wasn't the fact that I couldn't get my effects off, or this or that. It was that I was playing with monsters. And you would think, wait a second, in Yu-Gi-Oh! The core is that you use your monsters and smash your opponent's face in to win. Why would monsters be the problem? And they were simply the problem because of the fact that at the time, Yu-Gi-Oh! was had a very monster destruct heavy metagame. Everyone ran cards like Sakurasu Armor, which if your opponent declared combat, you destroyed that. You destroyed that monster. Air Force, they would run like Smashing Hammer or Fissure, cards that would just destroy monsters on the field. They would run monsters like DD Warrior Lady, where if she does combat with a monster, at the end of damage, you can go. Not the help of monsters, just playing with monsters, because I realized a lot of my a lot of my losses came down to my monsters got destroyed by some random effect, by a Sakurasu Armor or Mirror Force, or my opponent was able to get Zaborg the Thunder Product out and use its enter the battlefield effect to destroy my monster, and that would be enough to start tipping the scales. And I went, what if I just said fuck monsters? And not that way. I wasn't that person back then. Not the shame monster fuckers, but I literally decided I'm going to make a deck that doesn't run monsters, and I dubbed my deck Death Sentence because yeah.
I didn't even do anything.
My deck was dubbed Death Sentence because it revolved around two key cards. Clock Tower Prison, which is a field spell. For those that think that card name sounds very familiar, you probably watched Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, and it was the field spell Aster Phoenix, who ran Destiny Heroes. And I didn't run it because I ran Destiny Heroes. I ran it because after it got 4 clock counters on it, which happened during my opponent's standby phase, it would negate all battle damage I received until it was destroyed. So that was part of it, and the other part of it was I ran the card Final Countdown, which at during the end phase of the 20th turn, after this has been activated, you win the game. My goal was literally, I ran no monsters. My opponent could destroy monsters. The only thing they could try to do was destroy my magic and traps, which were far fewer in number compared to monster destruction. In fact, some of their monster destruction effects, not only they couldn't use, some of them would actually, if they tried to use them, would actually fire back on them. For example, Zalborg the Thunder Monarch, it literally could not be summoned against me unless they were willing to sacrifice another monster, because Zalborg the Thunder Monarch was, when this card is tribute summoned, select one monster on the field and destroy that monster. It was a mandatory effect. So if they say they only had one monster out and they tribute summoned it, and for Zalborg the Thunder Monarch, Zelda Ocarina of the Monarch would then be required to target itself. And the thing is, I played a complete lot, I would do everything I could to force eliminate all my opponent's monsters. I would use Master Restrict. They couldn't tribute monsters. I would use, there was a card that was kind of recently introduced at the time called Force Stack, which, whenever my opponent would normal summon a monster, I think it was only normal summoning, or normal or tribute summon the monster, it would negate the summon and add that monster back to my opponent's hand, which was great because even if my opponent tried to summon Jinzo, I could technically, because of how the rules work, I could use Force Back because at the time, because of how the rules work, yes, my opponent summons Jinzo, but its effect doesn't take place until it's successfully a special normal tribute, on the field. And if I force it back, it technically never was, that was before it's successfully summoned, so it forces my opponent to burn a tribute resource, and they lose their summon for the turn, and they don't have the Jinzo effect, so then I can go and get another card ready for when Jinzo about to hit the field again. And basically all I would do is just, it was the original don't let the opponent play Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck. And because my win condition was Final Countdown, and that's why I called it Death Sentence, because you're just waiting for the turns to pass and die. Is it a great name? No, I'm actually. If you're curious about my politics on the thing, I actually think the death penalty should be abolished. But it was a very appropriate name for the deck. And that's the thing. I wouldn't have been able to do any of that. I wouldn't have had the resources to be such a nerd that I can learn, get on this virtual client, spend hours upon hours, fucking around with decks and, testing them and, retesting them, building multiple decks, what I did is screams middle class. If my father wasn't a senior electrical technician and wasn't making damn near six figures in the 90s, I wouldn't have had the ability to be as much of a nerd as I was. I wouldn't have learned computer science if it wasn't for the fact that I was so much of a nerd that I was able to go through all of the advanced math courses because my father, I naturally picked it up, and I was able to go and spend all my excess time studying math and get through the courses so that I can, eventually take a computer science course, and then eventually decide to take it in college, I know I'm lucky. I have the luck of birth.
I'm just here.
Yeah, I love you. Me too. Circumstances are quite different.
They sure are. I don't mean that in any sort of like negative light or anything like that. Just
In
like
no, I'm just saying yeah, like I say all this not to to say, hey, the only reason why I have the stories I have is because I'm fucking lucky. If I hadn't become a software engineer, I would have become a furry. If I hadn't become a software engineer, I wouldn't have gotten into, I might have dabbling my hand in mahjong, but I wouldn't have stuck with it if I hadn't had the resources to afford, traveling to conventions and the reason why I more or less gave up on mahjong for a few years of my life, only playing a handful of times online. Until I want to say 2016.
oh, Rosalie, back to you.
I mean, hell, Yu-Gi-Oh! I wouldn't have been able to play that if I didn't have I had two things going for me that let me play Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was younger. But again, my family was able to afford cards.
No worries, Myth.
If my parents weren't able to afford cards, I would never have gotten into Yu-Gi-Oh! Let alone if my parents weren't able to afford, computers and the internet. I was so much of a nerd. I was an early adopter of emailing teachers.
Fucking hell.
When I say early adopter, I was teachers be like, oh yeah, you can reach me this way. Oh yeah, here's your homework that you missed because you were suspended for the 4th time this year. I say that somewhat jokingly, and by somewhat jokingly, they didn't mention that was the number of times I've been suspended that year, but also it was the 4th time I was suspended that. You gotta do a lot of fights as a kid. Because self-defense wasn't a valid excuse for fighting when I was younger. And I don't know that...
I mean, it still technically isn't.
Yeah, fuck zero tolerance policies. If someone throws a fist, I won't start the fight, but I sure as fuck will end it.
Going up the slow way.
I don't mean to come in defense of school districts, but as an adult, I realize a lot of that is mostly because they don't want to open themselves to liability for getting sued by schools. By parents. Oh, you suspended my child, but you didn't suspend the other child. That's clearly there's some, reason.
Favoritism or something.
Right. And basically, they use it as a defense mechanism, which is bullshit still. And I don't mean it as a defensive one because a lot of school districts absolutely deserve zero defense, especially school administrators. But it's one of those things where it's unfortunately, American culture kind of forces that. And it is shitting all around.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was that going for me. Though I will be honest, there was one little skill that I learned when I was younger that helped a lot in terms of being able to play Yu-Gi-Oh! That was not something that was taught to me by my parents. It was not something that was taught that I could have only acquired by money. It was a little skill called cheating. Look, okay.
The fact that you're it's a skill. It's just
I mean, it was being a card shark. So here's my defense. For those who have never played Yu-Gi-Oh, there are technically two formats in Yu-Gi-Oh. Now you never hear about the other format because even though Konami acknowledges the existence of this format, they never hold official tournaments with this format because it's such a busted format, and it's literally just there to say it exists. The format that everyone knows is called the advanced format. The advanced format is, there are cards that are, that are semi-limited and, allowed 2 per deck. There are cards that are limited, they're allowed 1 per deck. There's also cards that are banned. The traditional format is the advanced format, except every banned card is allowed 1 per deck. So you can use Pot of Greed once. 1 per deck. But also, drawing 2 cards unconditionally is a broken effect in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's kind of a broken effect in most games. If there was a magic card that for 0 mana allows you to draw 2 cards, it would be broken. Unless it had some other drawback to make it be in line. In Pokemon, a lot of cards that allow you to draw, more than you have your supporter cards out and you draw 3 cards, but you can only play that supporter card, 1 supporter card per turn, meaning you have to give up all of the supporter options in order to do that. You have to use, various Pokemon, there are various Pokemon abilities that let you draw cards, but those, they usually have some sort of drawback, for example, there's Genesect V, which, allows you to draw up to the number of Fusion Strike cards you have on the field, but then you're locked into running a Fusion Strike archetype. You can't go and be like, oh, I just want to use this card and that card and that card. You're pretty much locked to using something like Toxicity V or Hoopa V or Mew V Max or Dragapult. Anything that associates with the Fusion Strike archetypes. And the only one that's meta viable is Mew V Max. So if you want to run Genesect V, you have to run, you have to run basically a Mew V Max deck. And if you want to run a Mew V Max deck, even just having Genesect sitting on the bench is a giant liability because your opponent can look at that Genesect and go, if I can gust it up or use boss's orders to get it onto the field, now suddenly you are, and they can one-shot it, now they are 2 prices closer to winning for something that you just intended to sit on the bench the entire game. It is a high-risk card. Is it very valuable? Yes, but what you have to do to make it work is painful. Having Mew V Max is not fun, especially let me correct that statement. I like running Mew V Max, but it is such a brain drain because you have to do so many calculations in order to be like, oh, I have this card, this card, this card. I need to go and discard down this many times in order to go and draw this many cards. How do I go and get, basically you have to do so much hand fixing in order to make it work. Anyway, stepping back to Yu-Gi-Oh! I played a fantasy format. However, the kids at my school all played traditional format. And I didn't... And when I say... So they all had their Chaos Emperor Dragons, Envoy Indians, they had their Black Ghost Soldiers, they had their Pot of Greed, Graceful Charities. They, you know, some of them even ran fucking Fiber Jar. And for people who don't know what Fiber Jar is, basically Fiber Jar goes and all but resets the game because it makes it so that you... I forgot how painful this game is on the emulator because you don't have very accurate aiming.
Not very good timer.
No.
Just gonna climb up. Fuck it.
Running backwards would be... So do you run backwards faster? Would that be somehow faster?
Don't know. It's fucking...
Hey, chat, give Calvi a speed boost.
No, it's fine. No one needs to help. I can do it.
So you don't need to.
It's this fucking ledge. Here we go again.
But so the thing is that because they ran all these bullshit cards that I didn't play with, and I didn't even own.
Really? That wasn't close enough? We're doing it again.
I didn't even have a good chunk of them. Like I didn't have a Chaos Emperor Dragon, and at least not initially. But and the thing is, my parents would only support me so far when it came to Yu-Gi-Oh. So, what did I do? I played anti-matches against these fuckers because they thought playing against me would be an easy thing to do. So, I cheated. Win.
So bad. So bad.
I would win anti-matches, get their valuable cards, and typically, their most valuable cards were not legal in the format, but what I could do is sell those cards to other people who would want them, whether they played traditional, or whether they were collectors or whatnot, and use that money to go and get the cards I need for my deck. And I know some of you are saying, wow, that sounds very immoral, Afcardis. And part of me wants to go and say, well, yeah, it was immoral. But also, these are kids I didn't care about. Because they refused to, like, I wanted to play, you know, fair Yu-Gi-Oh!
I am.
And I never...
I...
okay. Okay.
I wouldn't hate it if anyone gave me speed.
Like, I wanted to play, like, fair Yu-Gi-Oh! With my... Like, I remember when... Not the Egyptian God card, but there were another set of 3 cards that were kind of similar to the God cards called the Sacred Beasts. Oh no! The Sacred Beasts are really interesting cards in the fact that they were meant to be kind of like, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX's God card, like the God cards for Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
Nope, we're doing it again.
But the thing is that, like, I remember a kid, like, trying to add effects that were not on the card to the card. It's like, dude, read the fucking card. Even back then, Yu-Gi-Oh players had trouble reading cards.
Thank you, Kyo, for your sacrifice of fucking rupees.
You know, you needed that rupee. What for? Who knows?
At least we can hold the entire rupee with this massive wallet.
But that's the thing. It's just like, I cheated these kids who refuse, you know, and I never cheated in a tournament. Honestly, I would never want to cheat in a tournament, only because I'm not that person.
Weird.
I just, you know, I specifically cheated against these kids because they wanted to do anti-matches, thinking they could bully me because I didn't play advanced rules. Because they're like, oh, I own the card, why can't I play with it? Well, there's a reason why these companies ban cards from formats. It's because they break the format.
Yes.
Like, I don't know what's so hard to understand about that. I realize these are kids and whatnot. But also it's just, you know, they were shitty. And yeah, I wanted to cheat.
Damn it. We don't hear game.
This is not me advocating for learning how to cheat, folks. First of all, most of you will fail at it and get caught, and I don't want to take responsibility for that.
Then wouldn't it just be easier to say legally you can't tell them not to cheat?
The thing is that unless you're at a casino or something, cheating technically isn't illegal. It's just going to go and cost you your reputation, probably get you banned from the hobby you're playing, that kind of stuff. Like, it's not like I'm going to say it as legal advice. I'm not going to try to stop anyone from cheating. I'm going to say, if you're going to cheat, A, don't cheat in a casino, don't cheat anywhere where if you get caught, you will go to jail. Like, you know.
That's very specific, you realize.
B, don't cheat anywhere where people are likely to have weapons that they're prone to using if you try to cheat them. Please do not go to an underground poker game and cheat them, because you might lose more than your fucking money. C, if you're going to cheat, be a good enough cheat that you don't get caught. I mean, you don't have to go and cheat Davy Jones at dice. You just have to go and have a father who's willing to basically make it so that you can't lose at Liar's Dice. Will Turner didn't have to cheat at Liar's Dice. He just had to go and fucking get his father to save his ass. Referring to Pirates of the Caribbean.
I know.
There's actually a good video about the Liar's Dice scene that I am now going that I feel obligated to link. It's not a long video. I think it's only about 20 minutes.
God damn it. I'm not this bad usually. It's just, this is a heckin' finicky controls.
Yeah, it's 19 minutes and change. But So there is a person who I would highly recommend the videos of. He goes by Eric Ravencroft. That's not his actual name, that's just his professional name. He writes for... he has written for various places. I think he currently writes for Wired. He also has some, like, he's most known for, like, over-examining various, like,
of course, it was me.
Various like movie scenes. Like he has a deep dive analysis of the chess scene at the end of Sherlock Holmes: A Game of Shadows between Sherlock Holmes and Moriarty. But that personally my favorite video of his, and it's a video I've shown you, Calvi, if you're forgetting who I'm referring to. He has a video called... Make sure the bottom is off so I can actually access this channel. His first video on his channel actually is, hey, so Joker isn't a great representation of the mental illness you got, referring to the Joker movie.
Right. Which we did watch.
Yes.
I do remember that.
Yes, and it's a fantastic video. I'm going to actually link that also because I feel like everyone should give it a watch. Whether you like it or don't like the Joker movie, I feel like you should give the video a fair shot only because it...
Surprise!
He is someone who's a part of the Screen Actor Guild, the Writers Guild of America.
Hi, Lime. Thank you for the raid.
Hi, Lime. You've entered in on the start of hour 3 of me ranting.
I hope Final Fantasy was fun. We're still doing the same seed from last stream, and it's still crowd control and randomized.
Actually, I just clicked.
Nikki also can't.
So what we were talking about was that I was recommending
I'm also cute.
A video, and if you want a good video to, like, I know when it first came out, people, like a lot of people, like really liked the Joker movie. But if you wanted the opinion of someone who can provide, I wouldn't even say a fully objective, like a very good reason. Especially if you didn't like the Joker movie, a very fair reason why you might not like it, and especially his depiction of the illness. Here's a video link for people, assuming I copy and pasted correctly.
I think so. Also,
It looks different from the prior link, so.
Also, problem.
You ran out of keys.
I ran out of keys.
You can't get soft locked.
Which kind of leads me to believe that I don't need to beat this one.
No, you probably do, but also, you still have 3 chests in here, but you might have...
On this floor, yes.
All keys are within the same dungeon, right?
Honestly, I don't know. I'm pretty sure they all have been.
Yeah,
It's just been the maps and the compasses that have been out of order for some reason.
Okay, so you don't have keys in. Can you go... So you should be able to go a different route.
This should just be like a door.
That's the big door.
Right.
Can you go to the far upper side?
No, you have to go through that door to get to the other side. Like, the only thing I could foreseeably do, I guess, is actually go across here.
Yeah, let's say you can hover boot.
I
And
don't even think I need to, like, necessarily hover boot over it, but...
I think it's a little too large to just jump in. I think you do need a hover boot because you're meant to come from it from the other side, but... Congrats, you skipped like the dungeon. Not half, but you like. Problem solved.
Metaphorically. See if this reaches. If not, oh well. But yes, video on mental health.
Yeah. But yeah. If we were wondering how we got here, Raiders.
We've been all over the place.
Yes, but I was basically just talking about, we were talking about how I was fortunate enough to have a lot of random stories, like talking about Mahjong-related stuff and whatnot. Well, that's important.
Well, technically, I could just beat the dungeon at this point, then.
Yeah, though getting those last two chests is probably for the better, if you can.
Now I'm on the side I need to be on.
Look, I was just saying one of the things that let me successfully play Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was younger was cheating people out of their cards in anti-matches because the kids refused to play advanced format when I played when I played it, and they wanted to play with their pot of greed.
Have a good sleep, Lime. And hi, Oki.
Hi, Oki. And I was just basically saying, if you're going to cheat, don't cheat at casinos or anywhere where cheating will get you arrested. Don't cheat at anywhere where you will get shot or stabbed or any sort of anything that would you know, be bad for your health. If you're going to cheat, you know, just be good at it. So, if you haven't played it yet, you should play Card Shark. Or just reputation loss. Your choice, Theo. Like, if you want to cheat at an underground poker game, that's up to you. But also, you can't blame me if you go and wind up, you know, with concrete shoes.
This isn't legal advice.
I mean, it is legal advice. You can't blame me if you wind up with concrete shoes.
Nothing you saying is legal advice.
Also, to be fair, you wouldn't be able to blame me because you would probably be dead.
In their last will and testament, they said that Acarnas told them that cheating was a good idea, so they went and did it. So the family will come after you.
Now, only if they can track me down.
You say that ominously. First.
This place.
Sure is. Just reach this. I'll do it legit.
We're not a news channel, we're an entertainment channel, Myths. It's like Fox News. Serious.
I know, but like...
They're legally registered as an entertainment channel, despite having news in their name.
I know.
Yes, I had to go and take this entire thing and just make it even more depressing.
I hope you're doing good, Oki.
Yeah. To be fair, and this is something I talked about with Calvi when she was stuck on the Gerudo training grounds on the, the last scene. Congrats, Oki. I still can't submit my tax form because I am still missing a document from Charles Schwab. But
I haven't done mine yet, just because I haven't.
I have filed and been granted an extension though, so like I will be able to do it, as long as I do it basically before my birthday this year, I'll be fine. But I kind of want that final tax form from Charles Schwab because the government owes like $9 grand.
I feel that cue.
Yeah, no. Calvi's been busy taking care of my poor ass.
As if you didn't get done taking care of me for like a week beforehand.
Yeah, we just take turns, right?
I guess so. And like, I still tried being self-sufficient and not like being too much. Fuck.
Hey, that's how you did this the first time.
Yep.
Use the hover boost to correct for the fact that you don't have the most accurate of.
Well, I could do Lord Jabu Jabu.
Getting that this late into the seed.
No, I know. But hey, we're more likely to beat this seed at this rate.
Unless you get stuck at the Gerudo training grounds. Unless you turned it off. Did you turn off the training grounds?
I turned off the training grounds. I went in and I did the exempt.
Look. You were determined, but also determination cannot sometimes beat out bad controls.
Also, that's fair, Myth. I feel like I'm just in a perpetual state of just being busy.
Yeah. I mean, I know that feeling too, because my team, some of my teammates are like, are you out of the hospital? Are you good to work? It's like, fuck you.
Man, it's been like, what, one day and they're already asking that?
It's mostly the fucking product people. Because, hey, I hate to say it, but fuck product people.
You don't hate to say it. You get a little bit of schadenfreude from that.
I mean, I hate it because I have to deal with them no matter where I go.
But that's a different problem.
Is me saying fuck product people rude, or saying or them asking if I'm out of the hospital?
I feel like it's the out of the hospital bit.
I was thinking Kyo might say both, to be fair.
You know what? I'm just gonna assume that that last chest is the key to that other door. So I mean, we're just going to...
Technically, it would have to be. Visually, Nikki, but...
Nikki, also cute.
I just want Charles to give me my fucking tax form so I can go and get my money. Because then I have to go pay for all my hospital visit, and then my urgent care visit, and then I have to go to fucking pay for my trip that's happening in like a month and a half. Yeah.
We're gonna let these bugs go.
Yeah, Kyo. Oh, lucky you. I caught COVID over. You know, we caught COVID over Thanksgiving Day weekend, and my they did not give a I don't know if I even made mention of us catching COVID, but since I wasn't I basically I was back at work on Monday after fucking Thanksgiving, and they were none the wiser. And
Surprise! I hope I didn't scare
naturally
you.
shit was exploding. Hi, Gwen.
Hi, Gwen. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, Kyo. Minecraft. I hope it was nice and comfy. We are doing Randomizer crowd control. This is the same seed from
I like that.
Gwen is cute. Lime is also cute. You know, Chad's cute. Just gonna cover all the people.
And now, Glenn, you have time to go finish your character sheet. I tease. We haven't figured out dinner. I guess we have one. And nuggets, so we've already had
Basically.
That's fair. Like I said, I'm mostly just being silly and whatnot. Me, I originally was just coming in just to share one thing with Calvi, and then it has ended with me ranting for the past 2.5 hours. So,
And that is A-okay. Not like I have anything interesting to say. I have my psych evaluation tomorrow. That's the only thing interesting I have to say.
that actually works.
Yeah.
I never do that.
Yeah, it's in case you fall off, you have to be able to climb back up.
I didn't know you could climb back up.
Did you think you just accept fate if you fell?
No, I just never fell. I would, Gwen, if I played Minecraft. I am one of those people who still has never played Minecraft.
That is A-okay. I can't really reach him. It's fine. I would rather use a fairy.
Is it arrows on them?
Thank you, Kyo. I could, but I don't want to waste it.
Enjoy your night, Gwen.
Thank you, Gwen.
Oh, well, it's for potential diagnosis, which will lead to a prescription, so...
Hopefully.
Indirectly, Keo?
At the very least, like, having that, I feel like, official diagnosis would allow me to have it, like, on paper so I can be like, hey, I have this, and you can't dispute it because I got the thing. And he's taking a lot of bops.
I know you guys might not hear it, but hearing what's going on outside, it just makes me jokingly think, oh, the noise in New York City.
Nah, I get you. I feel like that took way more bops than it usually does.
So part of me is trying to think, what do I want to stream tomorrow, if I want to stream something? I have options.
You do.
I could do Stranger in Paradise, I could do Zero Time Dilemma, I could technically go back to Death Stranding. It's been quite a while since I've continued that. Play something else. Wait,
motherfucker!
Wait, that means that Albert Chesses has something important in it.
Possibly, or it has a fucking rupee or arrows in it.
I said possibly. Hey, I did. But now you have to go and get that test just so you can go and...
Do I go back?
Like, you know if you don't go back, it will be something important, and you will be lost for so long without it. They just bite the bullet now, and just, you know, do it just so that you don't go and regret it later.
That's so mean. Thank you, Myth. I hope new job has also still been going well. Yeah, then we can leave this place for the rest of the run. Fairy fountains, no more. I don't need that, like, health upgrade that's at the top of Death Mountain. I'm not quite sure what you mean, honestly. Price tri-weekly? Like every 3 weeks?
I assume so. So you're gonna get paid every 2 days. This is why we need better terms. Because bi-weekly should not mean twice a week or and every other week at the same time.
No, I gotcha.
Like... This is why I deliberately use the term semi-weekly, because bi-weekly to me is twice a week. Semi-weekly is every other week.
That is fair. Nope, wrong way. Reagan. I will fucking hit one of these pots, I swear to God.
So... Okay, so I don't know... So that doesn't mean it's per se tri-weekly myths. The thing is that some places don't pay for a pay period until 2 weeks after, or a week after said pay period. So it might technically be, still technically be bi-weekly. It's just the first paycheck might be after 3 weeks because of how they have their schedule. It would be stupid, and I'm happy that I don't have to worry about that because I get paid whatever the fuck, you know. Like, I get paid on, you know, either the 15th or whatever is the last working day before the 15th. And I get paid at the end of the month or the last working day. Paid at the end of the month.
I just opened up the door and I'm back over here, so that wasn't it.
Right. It's supposed to... Is there our door? I'm trying to remember this layout of this place. Yeah, no, that I understand.
That is fair.
By the way, love, mind handing me the jerky so I can nibble on something?
Yeah.
I don't know when we're gonna actually eat.
I don't know.
Like, I assume it would be when you get off stream, but...
I'm trying to remember where this...
Ooh, I forgot how strong the jalapeno is.
It's not too bad.
Well, just the smell.
No, I want to keep going. I want to find this chest. Otherwise, it's going to bug me for several days. And wait before starting stream, so you know. What would be the dinner command?
Is there a door in the top right corner of this room?
Did we? No, we sure did not.
I think we have to spend it on dinner. Which is, we said leftover pizza is probably a good candidate.
You said leftover pizza was a good candidate.
I mean, if it's not a good candidate, then we need to figure something else out. Because it is 10:42, and places are starting to close.
We could do leftover pizza.
Like, I kind of want tacos also, but also, you know what the problem with tacos is?
The acidity.
I was gonna say to keep them leaving out the red sauce.
Oh, well, there's also that.
Look. My tacos. Fucking red sauce. Not the salsa verde, the salsa roja.
Because the green sauce they provide is like, it has guacamole in it, and it's just like, eh. No, I don't always get to ask your hero. What do you think?
Depends on how late you plan to pick it up, hero.
I don't know if that was coherent.
I said that depends on how late you plan on being up tonight, hero. Like,
Chicken gyros with the Instapot. That sounds nice. That sounds good. I'm basically trying to see if I get into like this section.
Isn't that... Hey, isn't it that door over there? To the right.
What?
Yeah.
I mean, I've been down there, but I can check.
Pretty sure that's...
I can hop down.
Because that seems like the door you want to be going to.
It's just a dead end? This is just a dead end. How the heck am I supposed to get over to that other chest? We had this problem last time, I swear to God.
You just need to look up a map.
Yeah, but, like, I don't know where.
So everything's disappointing this season, Hero.
Oh, no. You know what? You know what? Is there anything important in here? No, we got everything important in here. We're done. We're leaving. We're leaving. We're leaving the temple. We're leaving the temple. I'm the important one. Exactly. I'm not above checking the spoiler log and just being like, did I get everything important in here? Yes, cool. We're done. That is completely fair, Hero.
No spoilers, obviously.
We haven't read the story this season just yet. Filler arc?
I mean, Phil arc is not inherently bad to me, but
It has to be done right.
I mean, any story has to be done right.
I know. Let's see. So, the Fire Temple's done. Never going back there. What I was looking for. We still need quite a bit. Do I just go back to a kid and do Lord Jabu Jabu, or do I just start the Water Temple?
Jabu, get all the chests that you didn't get, you know. That way you don't have to really go. Like, I guess you would need Spirit Temple as Kid Link also, but
I will. Fish time, though. Yeah, they sure did just, like, throw that out there and left it hanging. And they've also released, like, some comics talking a little bit more about what Lifeline and Maggie are kind of up to. Oh, well, there's the Ocarina of Time. That's right, we sure haven't come back since beating the Forest Temple. Yeah, I don't like that. Do need wood shield for this. Fighters tournament to honor their mentor, while Fuse must learn to make the perfect symbol before the 3-day deadline. That would be sweet.
dice.
No, you're
'Cause
good.
I'm doing a thing. If I'm doing a thing, Xerku is being a dick. Just a little.
How much is a little?
Tailing Altaf. Altaf doesn't know Xerku's around.
Yet. I imagine so. Like, I don't even know if they're going to try and...
Hey, Miss, when you say the King of Fighters tournament, hey, are we talking about actual KOF, or are we talking about, are we referring to King of the Iron, the Iron Fist tournament, or are we talking about whatever bullshit, Street Fighter universe has, or... It's King of Iron Fists for Tekken, right?
I have no idea.
Oh, that was more to the audience. I know you wouldn't know.
Ow. God. I won't say anything then.
It's not... You don't... I just know you don't play Tekken. That's it. To be fair, like... Fighting game stories are funny. Like... King of Fighters. Oh, look, we're just gonna have a tournament that, you know, people, we get the best fighters in the world to, to fight one another. And every single time it goes badly. It's like, why do you even...
Well, I got the bomb bag.
Yay!
Nice, Nikki.
Yeah, I used to play Soul Calibur, Kyo, but then they decided to go all fucking, like they started to add fucking meters and whatnot. It's like, this is not Soul Calibur anymore. This is just, like, this is closer to fucking, like, Tekken in Street Fighter now. I like 2, I like 3, I kind of liked 4. I guess they have good, like, I wouldn't say I liked 4 that much, but, like, I felt it was okay. But, yeah, my best memories are Soul Caliburs 1 through 3, so. Look, Phoenix Wright was a bitch to play against in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Sorry, Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Because he wasn't in base Marvel vs. Capcom 3. He was in the game, the follow-up game that came out literally 11 months later.
I feel like it's a joke.
No, like, the thing is that... Okay, so Phoenix Wright is... He's played up as a joke character, but the problem is that he's not a joke character to the point where, like, he has won major Marvel vs. Capcom 3 tournaments. Like, that he's not a joke, because the idea of him is that you know how Marvel vs. Capcom kind of flows in general with the 3v3 fighting and whatnot.
Yeah.
Okay, so Phoenix Wright has a unique mechanic called the evidence mechanic. Yeah, funny, right? So he has a specific move where he can search for evidence. It takes a very short period of time, but he can go and either one of two results will happen. He will either pick up bad evidence, which then instead of going and he can just toss at the opponent, or he picks up good evidence. If he gets 3 pieces of good evidence,
Yeah, I leave her.
And the thing is that it's like, wait, it's a fighting game. How is he supposed to actually be able to like have enough time to pick up evidence? You remember Maya? Yeah, she literally will put up like a spirit barrier for him to like defend him and shit, to help him. And you can use like your assist characters and whatnot to like basically get your opponent back in the time. So what happens is that you go and get 3 pieces of good evidence, and then you can go and enter turnabout mode. And turnabout mode turns Phoenix Wright from the weakest character in the game to arguably the strongest character in the game, because he can just go and I was going to say what I was going to say without context, but for those who have seen it, he basically can go and just like, his infamous pose of just pointing at you and to go and,
objection.
Just as an attack. Well, it literally manifests into a giant blue finger that just goes and does massive amounts of damage and juggles to no end and whatnot. And it is extremely fucking bullshit. Yes, Beautiful Joe is in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And hold on, I'm going to go and I feel like we should just play it on stream. Or thank you, Mess, you're actually doing it for me. Because if you had
I don't have it set up to currently like watch videos.
Yeah, I'll show you later, but the rest of the class can see for now.
So much.
The thing is that like I have only played a little bit of Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, but even though Phoenix Wright becomes a very bullshit character to play against when he's in turnabout mode, at least he feels like a fucking character and not just I play this character, therefore I win. Because the character I hate most, and yes, this is another rant, in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Actually, anyone want to take a guess? What character I hate the most in Marvel vs. Capcom 3? I'll give you guys like 2 guesses. Zero's fine. I'm not particularly a fan of him, but it's like he's not busted. It's Phoenix, as in... Deadpool is hilarious to fight against, actually. But no, in fact, Deadpool is usually been considered a little underpowered for Marvel vs. Capcom. No, it's Phoenix. Because Phoenix has the most bullshit mechanic in... Yes. Has the most bullshit mechanic in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. So much so that it's a lot of people question who the fucking playtesting thought this was a good idea. So, Phoenix has an ability. Where?
Oh, it's a spirit medallion.
Oh, that's good. Where?
It's just like, what the fuck is that?
Yes, and that works for me. Hey, AMFs. I will find a video. I can show a video with the blue finger of death. Because Phoenix Wright's level 3 super / ultimate is amazing.
Thank you, Kyo, for the bet.
But Phoenix has she has a very unique. I don't even know if it's. I think it technically counts as a suit, but it's just called Dark Phoenix. Now, obviously, anyone who knows, like any sort of Marvel stuff and whatnot, knows what Dark Phoenix is referring to. Now, unlike other supers in Marvel vs. Capcom, it's not activated by doing a move.
Can I just use this, actually?
Dark Phoenix is activated if when Phoenix runs out of HP, you have a level 5 super bar. I don't remember if it immediately drains your super bar, but here's the thing. Phoenix immediately... no. It actually doesn't... I don't think it actually matters because I think she technically has unlimited supers at that point. She activates Dark Phoenix mode, which increases basically her movement speed, her damage, everything. And also the fact that, if I'm correct, she can use unlimited supers in Dark Phoenix mode. And the one drawback is that she is supposed to lose health gradually, but she has a move where she puts a giant flame wall around her. Hi, Tria.
Hi, Tria. I lost my lock on.
And she puts her giant flame spin around her, and if she hits you with it, she recovers health as you lose health. But the thing is that she moves so fast, you can't actually avoid since flame spear. So what people who love running Phoenix do is just they make it so that they just go and make sure she's the last character, deliberately set it up so that she's the last character in the roster, and combine that with the X Factor mechanic in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, which is it's not quite a comeback mechanic, but it kind of is, where basically you get a massive power boost for a short period of time, but that power boost comes at it's a once per game thing, and also the amount of power boost is dependent on how many characters you have left. The fewer characters you have left, the better. But the thing is that she can easily kill you from, 3 full characters in Dark Phoenix mode because it's just busted. And when you hear, if you listen to tournament commentary or something like that, or just people talking about strategy, it's you either have to be really fast about killing your opponent's people, or you deliberately have to do. You have to do snapbacks and force Phoenix out, and then basically do a 100-0 combo so that Phoenix is dead, so that you can go and avoid Dark Phoenix mode. Like, it's kind of meta warping in her own right.
That's fair. Also, thank you, Q. And that does look very cute.
Also, it kind of, I think the main thing that makes me just hate Phoenix is the fact that, like, I wouldn't mind a Dark Phoenix mode. It shouldn't be a reward for getting your ass handed to you. I think that's fair.
I wonder if someone, like, figured maybe it would be, like, a good, like,
Reference.
beginner's character to learn.
I think it's just supposed to be referencing Phoenix in the Marvel comics.
Right, but also, like, to include that, to be like, okay, if you're getting your ass handed to you, at least, like, you can have another try at it kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's just so busted. It's just like, it's not fun to play against.
No, I getcha.
Like, the only other character that seems less fun to play against in Marvel vs. Capcom 3 is Virgil from Devil May Cry, because he has so many ways that he can just absolutely kill any character in the game.
That's fair. Also, that is fair, Tria. I also have those times of just like, I'm gonna upload this and I hope everybody likes it. Well, at least I know I'll get the spirit medallion. I don't know what I'll get for actually beating the boss, but ow! Why did you unlock? Why did you unlock? That wasn't really lucky throwing and decided not to. Heck, lock on, please.
I was actually going to hit it on the rebound.
I was kind of hoping it would give me that, but no such luck. I was hoping to get more of them than that, but the lock-on is being a little finicky right now. There's nothing wrong with that either, Kyo. Oh good. I sure needed that recovery heart. Which means I need 2 more medallions.
What have you not completed then?
It seems like it's only giving the medallions for the temples.
Yeah. Well,
So, water on up.
so you've completed all the kid temples.
Yes, all of the kid temples have been finished. I technically am missing, like, Din's Fire. But being that all the temples are done, I would also get something for going to Hyrule Castle.
Because that would be the Ocarina of Time check.
Normally, yes. We got to marry Ruda, which is crucial. Have a good lurk, Tria. Tria is cute. Nikki is also cute. Trying to think if I've bought all the beans, and I think there's still one more bean I should buy. Here, buddy. Is that all the beans? That's all the beans. All beans. All the beans are mine now.
Surprise! I hope I didn't scare you.
Train. Thank you for the raid. Hey, Queen.
Wow, they chose me. The odds are full of all kinds of math.
Oh. Super Mario Sunshine. Nice. Also need to go mod. No worries. I hope you have a good mod, Queen. Starting to think I need, in order to get this check, it is going to be having this, all the spiritual stones. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in the water. Well, no, because I think in order to activate it, I need all the spiritual stuff specifically.
Oh, yeah, that would make sense.
Queen is a modding machine, but it's because she's such a good mod. I hope Super Mario Sunshine was good for you, Train. I don't know if it's your first time through or not. I always enjoyed it. Did they ever ban Phoenix from, like...
No. And it's just like, I never played much Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, but, you know, I played, like, before Virgil was added in Ultimate, before, in, you know, base of Marvel vs. Capcom 3, like, Phoenix was almost undoubtedly the best character because, you know, if you could get her to Dark Phoenix mode, you could almost guarantee a win. And it was incredibly unfun.
And that's fair.
Like, I was I was not bad at it, but also it was just like the only thing I could do as a player was try to just do 100% combos, like try to force a snap in of my opponent's Phoenix and try to do a 100% combo so that they can't just retreat her out, and then hopefully let them because also another thing it does is that it discourages you from using your meter because you have to have a level 5 meter in order to activate Dark Phoenix mode. So literally it just becomes them stalling and trying to do just enough damage so that they can get the meter, but they're not going to spend that meter on an immediately offensive reason. They're not going for the long combo. They're not going for the big combos. They're going for this one, the card in their back pocket. And It just doesn't feel like whether or not it's fair is not actually my concern. It's just not fun.
No, that's fair.
I think a good way of comparing it, to keep up with the joke that all roads lead to Yu-Gi-Oh! So, there was actually, a debate I saw most recently.
Real quick, have a good night, Kyo.
Good night, Kyo.
And thank you.
Oh, so you're talking... Was it 1 or 2, then, in a hero? But... So... Yu-Gi-Oh! Has I ignore the fact that currently Master Duel just introduced a set of cards that basically are going to introduce a tier 0 format in Master Duel. My biggest problem right now is that there are a lot of cards that are kind of...
No, that's fair. I think he was asking which version of Marvel vs. Capcom.
Yeah, and heroes that I don't know.
That's fair.
And that's
fair. I missed that part.
There are a good number of series of cards I refer to as going second cards. And the idea is that these going second cards tend to have because of how much the combo nature of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is nowadays, they tend to have what's referred to as board-breaking effects. For example, talk about arguably my most hated quote-unquote going second card. It's a card called Dark Ruler No More. It's a fact. It's a normal spell card. Card text. Negate the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent currently controls until the end of this turn. Also, for the rest of this turn, after this card resolves, your opponent takes no damage. Neither player can activate monster effects in response to this card's activation. So, first of all, the only thing you can do in response to this is negate it via a spell or trap effect, if you have one. You can't activate any monster effect from any negative. It negates all your face-up monsters, which, unless you have something that can spawn monsters on your, summon monsters on your opponent's turn, means your field just becomes a sitting, sitting ducks. And I don't care if I can't take damage that turn. I just committed all my resources to setting up a board. And my opponent can play one card, and that will break that board. I don't care if it's technically fair, it's not fun. And that's my problem. And like I saw a debate saying, like, it was basically asking the question, are, you know, designated going second cards, you know, fair? And I think the one person that I agreed most with basically said, I don't care if they're fair, and they're not fun. And if you see this card hit the board, and you don't feel like you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! At that point. You're playing Solitaire. Like, it's already bad enough that Yu-Gi-Oh! Feels a lot like Solitaire, but it makes it feel even more so. Make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. And, like, I can't argue with it because that's exactly how I feel about modern Yu-Gi-Oh! But now, you know, they're Tearlaments, which are cards that do way too many effects at once. Negate your cards, discard cards from your deck to the graveyard, fusion summon monsters, all sorts of effects at once. It is the game in Master Duel is in a bad state because, and I don't like. Maybe I'll go back to Master Duel if they actually change their mind about it. But also, I just basically like I played 3 duels, and all of them basically resolved with me not able to even get a monster on the field because if they would either negate my effect, bounce my monster, or just flat out just kind of lock me out of the game. And it wasn't, and they would do it during my turn. Like, I want interactivity, but literally they were taking more actions during my turn than I could take. It's like, oh, this is not fun. I'm done. Like, this is why I'm happy with the Pokemon TCG. Like, I'm fine with the Pokemon TCG being that I take my turn and then I put down my hand. I don't have to pay any attention during my opponent's turn unless they explicitly use an effect that designates that I have to make a decision, like escape room. And even then, usually, because there's so few of those cards, I can mentally make it. I can mentally go, okay, if my opponent plays this card, this is what I'm going to do.
You have a better way of being able to plan for it.
Right, because there's so few of them that I can just, you know.
Well, I could just beat the Water Temple.
Yeah, but you kind of need to go through all the checks.
Do I, though? Do I, though? Very much
Progressive scale. Actually, no, that's Morpha. So, actually, the answer is no, you don't at all.
Haha.
Actually, you didn't have the spoiler log.
Listen, I always make sure that I have a spoiler log. But also, fuck.
You have to raise the log. You have to do some of this dungeon. Not much, just enough. Or you can just try to...
I don't know if I can.
You have the long shot. You have the Megaton Hammer.
Right, but I don't have a key to get into that door.
You'll find one.
Maybe.
I haven't played Pokemon in a few days. I should get back to that. To be fair, Pokemon's going through like they do this every few years, but it's going through its awkward period of trying to phase out one set of mechanics and introduce a new set of mechanics. because, you know, the Sword and Shield gimmick was V Pokemon, and they're trying, you know, they're going to be introducing EX Pokemon. And for those who did not catch my earlier explanation of the difference between V and EX Pokemon, V Pokemon are already technically fully evolved Pokemon, so you know, you would have a Charizard V or whatnot, and they, you know, they have a lot more HP, they have a lot more attack, and they provide 2 prizes. And then there's 2 separate forms of evolution of V Pokemon. There's V Max Pokemon and V Star Pokemon. V Star Pokemon have generally lower HP, and they have one attack and 1 V Star, either attack or ability. V Star abilities / attacks can only be used once per game. So, you know, you have to make very good use of that. Meanwhile, but if you KO a V-Star Pokemon, it is 2 prizes. The Max Pokemon generally have even more powerful attacks and higher HP. Or better effects, but if you KO a V Max Pokemon, it is 3 prizes. And if you collect 6 prizes, you win. So. EX Pokemon, they've done the EX mechanic before. EX Pokemon are the last evolution of the evolution line. So, for example, there's a standard Ralts, there's a standard Kirlia, but there's now a Gardevoir EX. You know, if the base Pokemon is the final evolution, it can be an EX Pokemon. So, Miraidon and Cordon, the past / future cycle Pokemon, you know, they have EX versions. I mean, technically there's more than just...
But it sure feels like...
Well, you see, Hero's somewhat joking, but there's actually technically a type of Pokemon I didn't mention with V Pokemon, because there's technically a card type called V Union Pokemon. Now, what the fuck is a V Union Pokemon, you may ask? It's a bullshit mechanic. It's not really that bullshit, but it feels bullshit to me. Basically, V Union Pokemon is a Pokemon that's really comprised of 4 separate cards. But in order to put out a V Union Pokemon, you can't just place it from your hand. You actually have to have all 4 pieces in your discard pile, which is the bullshit part, because what you can do is like, oh, I use Ultra Ball and discard a V Union card.
Here.
I mean, isn't that sounds like you're talking about the GX Tag Team cards, which was the black and white mechanic. But so V Union card, like, and the thing is that V Union cards, I don't remember if they give you 2 or 3 prizes, but the thing is that you have to go you get all the pieces in your discard pile, and then you can go and from your discard, for once per game, you can summon it from your discard pile onto the bench. They have the amount of HP that like V Max Pokemon are, and they usually have like 4 separate attacks, or like 3 attacks and ability, or something like that. Like, they have a lot of shit going for them. I'm trying to remember if V Union are 2 or 3 prizes. is this though? It's 3 price cards. So basically V Union cards are like V Max Pokemon. For example...
Oh, it didn't hold up in which ways. I haven't seen it in a while.
For example, there is... Just to show you, Calvi, for example, during the Sword and Shield era, they had a special celebrations pack. I don't remember if it was correlating to I think that was correlating to like an anniversary or something. But one of the cards they introduced was Pokemon Pikachu V Union.
Cute.
Right. Has 300 HP. But it has 4 different attacks to it. And to go and actually look at the... Let me just get something that will actually list out the attack. Bulbapedia for the rescue.
Also, that's fair, Hero.
So it has one attack called Union Gain, which is that it can attach 2 electric energy cards from your discard pile to this Pokemon. For an electric and a colorless, it has Shocking Shock for 120 damage, and if you flip a coin, it heads the opponent's active Pokemon is paralyzed. And paralyzation sucks, and even more so in the TCG than the video games, because you can't retreat, you can't attack for that turn. Like you have to use a card to retreat if that's the case.
Right.
Which is not great. Then for 2 electric and a colorless, they have Disconnect. It does 150 damage, which is still respectable, not amazing, but during your opponent's next turn, they can't play any item cards from their hand. So they can play 1 supporter, they can play 1 stadium, they can play tool cards, but they can't... Actually, they couldn't at the time because tool cards were considered item cards. So the only thing they can play is 1 stadium, 1... supporter card, and everything else would have to be a Pokemon card.
Of course.
And then its ultimate attack was Electro Ball together, which is just for 2 electric and colorless also. So you have 2 choices for attacks. It's just a straight 250 damage. No other effects. And 250 damage can KO any V Pokemon and nearly one-shot any V Max or V Star or other V Union card. And the thing is, Pikachu V Union, it didn't see play, but what has saw play is Mewtwo V Union. Because that, in fact, it's actually has seen a resurgence in play with Gardevoir EX coming out, because Gardevoir EX can do Energy Excel from the discard pile. And I'm just going to look it up. Pretty decent artwork.
Very nice artwork.
So Mewtwo V Union has 310 HP, weak to dark, resistant to fighting, 2 retreat cost. So It also has Union Gain, where it can attach 2 psychic energy from your discard pile to it. It has Super Generation, which heals 200 HP on it. So, if your opponent is doing less than 200 damage attack, you can just heal it, shrug it off if you really want to. It has Psy-Explosion. Put 16 damage counter on your opponent's Pokemon in any way you want. Talk about bench sniping. And then it has the ability, Photon Barrier. Prevent all effects of attacks your opponent's Pokemon down to this Pokemon. For example, if an effect says knock out the opposing active Pokemon, it's immune to that. And still has a 4th attack called Final Burn for 3 psychic and a colorless that does 300 damage flat. It's no surprise that it's seeing a resurgence in Gardevoir EX, which has a lot of discarding effects and whatnot. And even though I haven't picked up a set of it, part of me is slightly tempted to. Because it's like, maybe I can make this work in my deck.
We have so many decks that like you're in the process of building.
I mean, the Gardevoir EX deck is technically built. The Miraidon EX deck only needs basically the Miraidons. I was hoping to at least get one Miraidon EX.
Not until the funny number. Thank you, Rocky. It sure is coming up. Next month is gonna be affiliate-versary. God damn it. Just let me walk again. I'm not supposed to hit those. You are correct.
Pokemon TCG is interesting.
Come here,
Like, Elise is better than me, and that's like that sounds like gaming praise, but I seriously need that. Like the fact that one new set of cards can come out and can after 3 duels make me uninstall a game. Like the Pokemon TCG hasn't made me even think about that. Like I'm definitely getting used to all the new decks that have become meta relevant, like Origin Form Dialga, because Origin Form Dialga is a bitch to deal with because nothing is worse than your opponent getting 2 turns in a row. And base.
Really? You're gonna be like this. Cool.
Origin Form Dialga Star, which actually is something that came out, during the Super Shield block, because that includes the Legends of Arceus, the Legends of Arceus, game card also. But Origin Form Dialga V-Star, I think it's for 4 metal and a colorless. Its V-Star power is that it can go and hit you for like 200 and then take an extra turn.
You motherfucker!
Which, like, it was the reason why it wasn't meta relevant is getting 5 energy on a Pokemon can be generally a little difficult. But the reason why it worked is because of some new cards that came out that made it super easy to get 5 metal energy, or steel energy on a Pokemon.
Rocket's trying to reach me. Could you move or do anything else? Not until I move, apparently. God, the fact that I'm only getting one hit off is rude. It's going...
I thought there was like an easy way to like cheese this boss.
There is.
I don't remember it at all.
Basically, if you're in one of the corners, you can pull it towards you and then lock it into the corner so that way you're just able to like wail on it kind of thing. However, it's being a little bitch. Yeah, I'm just getting one hit off of it and then it's going right back into the water. Have a good night, Rocky. Worst case scenario, I've already beaten the boss. So death would just mean using the fairy, technically, actually. What'd you give me? Well, there's the progressive scale. You can't fool me. I know how this game works all too well. Well, I got another medallion, so I'm one away? No. Maybe. I will have to check. I am, of course, going to save first, though. Yeah, I just need one more to technically, like, activate, like, getting into Ganon's castle. The only thing stopping me is that I do need light arrows. imagine that's just because of the animation. It's gonna actually pop to what it actually is.
Actually, yes.
No, because I have those. Which
Yeah.
means that's a fake.
You should pick it up anyway.
Fine.
I mean, you're about to. I assume you're not going to be going for too much longer.
I probably shouldn't. See? I told you.
No, well, I knew it was a trap too. I just figured pick it up just for shits and giggles.
Well, one thing I could do real quick is I can pop over here. I do also have everything I would technically need for the Spirit Temple. However, somewhere there are light arrows.
Also, when you want Din's Fire?
I have Din's Fire. I did find that.
Okay, I didn't see that.
So I can do it as a child, and I can also do it as an adult. Because what was stopping me for adult there for a second was the fact that I didn't have Zelda's Lullaby. You know, after all of this, I never did, like, the ice caverns. I just came straight here.
You seem to always forget the ice caverns.
I don't always forget the ice caverns. I just did in this instance. Like, in theory, I could see what the spoiler log tells me and see where light arrows are. If I really wanted to.
You could.
I'm just debating if I should go or if this should be a good stopping point, I guess.
You just always put a sticky note that says, get ice arrows.
No, not ice arrows, light arrows.
Get light arrows, whatever.
I could. Knowing me, like, it's going to be we're like, I find the light arrows and the thing, and then the rest of the stream is like an hour maybe.
Yeah, you can always pivot.
Oh, right.
Just look.
This monstrosity. I've been doing a lot of sleeping, Hero. Like, a lot of sleeping. I have been taking care of myself, I promise. Why do you laugh?
Not you.
Why do you laugh?
See, you look at the person who is replying.
Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness.
Have options.
I have options. Do you wish to know? No, Hero said, do I wish to know in terms of what you were
Oh,
laughing at?
I can.
He can share it.
Yeah.
We'll just go say hi to Dan. I can.
Like it's
Next-
not. It's not. It's not that it's not safe for work, but it's like it's definitely like I could share on stream, but it's like you get special privileges here.
Thank you. And thanks for hanging out. This stream was carried specifically by Apprentice.
I only ranted for 3.5 hours. Nothing big.
You carried this entire stream, let's be real.
I love you.
I love you too. I don't have stories like you do. Friday, I don't know what we're doing. It might be this, but also we have
Splatoon.
It might be Splatoon because there's a salmon run shift. But also we haven't found we haven't put the official call out of hey, we need 2 more people to help with this because it's specifically pre-made. Who wants to help? I need to do that. Anyways, Dan is doing Chulip?
I have no idea what
I'm not sure. But it looks cute.
It's like a PS.
Go say hi to Dan. We'll see you on Friday for something.